Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is the mic working? Are we live? Skull strikes again. I did a bit of testing over the last week or so to try and eliminate the cutting out thing that you guys were mentioning last week. And I can't really spot what it might be besides maybe the noise gate on the microphone. And I have done a bunch of test recordings using OBS, and in none of the recordings the mic doesn't cut off in any of the recordings. So I'm assuming that if it is still a problem, it must be a YouTube thing rather than an OBS thing. I did adjust the noise gate, so hopefully now it's no longer happening. But let me know, actually. Am I coming through alright for you guys? Random New Games, thank you for being a Footstool for 11 months. I've been sick for a week, Ruby hates us. I hope you start feeling better soon, my guy. Now we hear BGM. I did see the graduation stream go up, but I didn't tune in for any of it. Probably YouTube? Yeah, I did see that YouTube was having quite a few issues over the last week. Least of which was apparently wiping every message that was just in English, which is pretty funny. I don't know how you managed to cock that one up, but they managed somehow. Akirus, thank you for the gifted membership. Ferguson, congratulations on getting sniped. I hope you enjoy those emotes. I knew I didn't tell anyone. Yeah, that's going to become a bit of a recurring theme as we get towards the end of this particular topic. So far, so good. Okay, so there doesn't seem to be any cutting out. Hopefully, whatever the problem was, it got fixed when I tweaked the noise gate a little bit. But, yeah. Not my story to tell. One of my favorite memes to come out of 2025 was not my story to tell. Because on the polar opposite end from It's Just Business, it is actually a very valid and accurate mockery of a very, very persistent and annoying trend of social filler that happens in this industry. Yes, you did get sniped, Ferguson. Congratulations. Towards the end. I actually think that this is a stream that might be on the shorter end compared to the usual stream. Well, definitely compared to the last stream that I did. But remember, so as a reminder, this is a part 2 to the overarching topic of Mythos' decline as a company, with part 1 happening about 3 weeks ago, if I remember correctly. So this is just going to be talking about how some of the signs of Mythos' decline became observable past their first year of operation. And, well, towards the end, some of the, shall we say, orbiters of the company that perhaps were in a position to be a little more vocal on some of the problems happening within the company, but chose not to, because I suppose that would have been sticking your neck out for people you don't know. Hope none of that ASMR times for whatever reason. I hope so too. Probably the same one that's still messing with the UI again. Yeah, I could probably see that, to be honest. I could probably see that. I really thought part 2 would never happen. Well, it's here. It's here. It did take a little bit longer because FaZe decided to do a funny. But we are back now. Hold on. Give me a second. I forgot to put out a going live tweet for the stream, so I'm going to do that real quick. Also, to the Footstools, I need to apologize for the delay on the membership narration stream. That should be going up for members. That should have gone out for members a few days ago. There's a few sections that I wanted to re-record, but I've been a little sick for the past few days, so I haven't gotten around to doing that yet, so it might take a few days more before I'm able to get it uploaded. On the note of pre-recorded content as well, I'll give a small update on how that one's going at the end of the stream, but long story short, I'm currently juggling between multiple scripts, and I have plans potentially in the later half of March to pull back on streaming so that I can focus on doing that a bit better. But I still have quite a few streams planned for March, but I'll be elaborating on those a little bit more closer to the dates. Everything that I've already pre-planned or made an agreement to do, I will be getting out of the way before I end up pulling back, though. Hold on, let me try and find the graphic that I used. That was a while ago. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. Live with part 2 of this stream. Come. Alright. Albeit, that's why there was a 2-hour setback. Oh no, the 2-hour setback wasn't because of re-recording. The 2-hour setback was because of the insomnia. Let me just attach a graphic, and then we should be good. Alright. Okay. There we go. All of the streamer duties have been fulfilled now. Just get around and away, cover in retrospect. We thought about doing a stream about fans being dumb and causing problems for their Oshi. I feel like you could look through a good, I'd say between a quarter, maybe a third of the streams that I've done over the past half year, and you could probably tie at least some of those streams back to that overarching topic. But in general, I mean, if you have an itch to scratch when it comes to that particular niche in terms of subject matter, I would recommend going to the VOD of the stream where I was talking about transparency in VTuber corpos, and how when fans ask for transparency in VTuber corpos, they don't tend to know what they're asking for most of the time, or they don't actually mean what they're saying when they ask for transparency. Because fact of the matter is, most VTuber fans don't really know what to do with transparency, or even how to categorize whether it's being done in an illustrative, good faith way, or as close to that as a company can get, or if it's being done performatively. So, if that is a topic that you have a personal interest in, I recommend going to check out that stream and seeing if it scratches that itch. Yeah, I did see that False was graduating. That's very interesting times we live in. I think I saw a post on Twitter by, what was it? It was the guy who got hired by Parrot to make a BGM for him. Nikto, yeah, that's his name. Little Nikto, saying something along the lines of, in response to False's graduation, saying something along the lines of, it feels like the bits of the industry that people looked up to or that people aspired to are leaving or departing from the space or whatever. And I think that's a little bit of an overreaction. I don't think it's accurate to say that we are losing the things that, losing the role models or the things that people aspire to be. It's not that I don't think that the industry is collapsing or anything like that. But I do think that it is a sign that the industry is consolidating. Because when someone says, oh, I'm graduating, right? I'm graduating because I've received the opportunity of a lifetime or something along those lines, that usually means that they're going to join a corporation. Now, I have no idea what corporation would be willing to hire a newstuber of that size, because to say the least, that sounds like a rather it's a bit of an interesting ethical conundrum, I suppose, just in terms of industry dynamics. Because if a corporation is willing to take in somebody who is ostensibly, reporting on them, I can't help but feel like that has to be a conflict of interest for at least one of the two parties. But I am more interested in seeing which corporation might be the one to have picked him up, if that is indeed where he is going. Because the reactions of quite a few of the fan bases of more traditional corpos, I cannot see being positive to that decision. Because there is a very strong stigma that surrounds this content niche, and it's a stigma that is unlikely to simply be wiped away by a simple identity change. So, and also False has a very distinctive voice, so I don't think the chances are good of people not noticing that it's him if he does end up popping up under a Corpo's umbrella some point in the near future. But here's thinking about the two. They can't handle the truth. I mean, that describes a lot of VTubing, yes. If it's Niji. I don't think so. I don't think. Surely there's no way that Niji would hire False after 2024. It's False important. You'd be surprised, Nanny Love. You'd be surprised. Quite a lot of people, especially those who are looking to get into this content niche, aspire to be like him or were inspired by him. And even beyond that, he is actually, and I understand that this may be difficult for some people to grasp, but he is, for some people, their favorite or preferred source of VTuber news. I do like False as an opinion aggregator as well, as I've said in the past, because he is a very convenient source of seeing what people in the, I suppose, EN side of the industry, leaning a little bit towards the Twitch side of the industry, are talking about on Twitter, but I can understand if he's not everyone's cup of tea. Who will replace him? I mean, there's a lot of different people who are doing news content. Some of them are a little bit more focused on news specifically than others. For example, Rima, even though she does talk about things as they happen in recent memory, so immediately or as soon as possible after they happen, she doesn't really focus on doing news content. She doesn't identify with a newstuber label. So I don't really see Rima filling that niche, or that hole that False is left in the content niche. But I can see someone like, for example, Lydia stepping into that. Time for I'm not interested in that niche, to be completely honest. Timeliness is not a news value that I am usually very focused on. Occasionally, a topic will be interesting enough for me to want to strike while the iron's hot. But for the most part, I'm not very interested in doing things or talking about things immediately after they happen. Which is part of what makes successful news content, regardless of which sphere it happens in, so. Love False because he tanked the whole life fan anti-wave. Oh, I mean, False certainly did do a lot of tanking back in 2024 with the Nijis. But, well, not even just 2024, 2023 as well. But, yeah. A lot of very mixed reactions to his departure. And I expect that there will be equally as many mixed reactions to his return. Because I'm almost certain that with the way that his graduation notice was worded, almost certain that he is going to come back in some form or other. So, I think that's been enough yapping. I think I've been yapping for like, what, 20 minutes or something? Hold on, let me switch over to the slides. There we go. Okay. So, also had to join Niji for shits and giggles. I won't lie, I think my sides won't be able to handle if False ends up debuting under Niji Sanji. That would be... that's the sort of... that would be a cosmic level joke right there. Suddenly loud? Hold on. Did the volume shift at all? Is my mic still okay? Voice volume got louder. Hold on, why is that? I did add 5 gain, hold on. Is this better now? I'm long enough to become the villain. Yep, okay. That's some real 4D chess. Hold on. Am I still blasting in your ears, or is this better now? Because I've turned it down a little bit on my end. What's this? I hear about antis attacking Hololive fans in Japan? Oh, it's... From what I've seen, and this is me just cursorily glancing off of a few posts talking about it on Twitter, it seems like the head of an anti-group was threatening to assault people carrying around Hololive merch. It's just usual anti-derangement, to be honest. So... She official drama. It's just some dude, yeah, it's just some dude trying to act tough, yeah. The funniest part about it has been all of the, you know, out of all of the fan bases that you could threaten with, you know, assaulting on sight, physically, in real life, if you see them carrying merch, of all of the fan bases you could say that about, why would you pick Hololive? The company whose fan base basically spread the meme about lifting for Yoroshi. Like, that's... Why would you do that? That is certainly a choice of all time. I can certainly think of several other fan bases that would be much easier to pick on if you wanted to make a point about how big your arms are or how long your dick is. But I don't understand that particular decision. Not very well thought out, but I suppose the person has a particular dislike of Hololive. You know, barring all logic or rational decision-making about which fights to pick. Here for Scuff, thank you for being a Footstool for 14 months. Sorry I'm late, Mustard Share. You are welcome in, regardless. It'd be like threatening to attack 10 more fans. Yeah, it's just such a... It's a very interesting choice, for sure. Now, I am very curious to see if there's any sort of actual... If there is any sort of conviction behind the keyboard warrioring. But I very much doubt it. I very much doubt it. But in any case, as per usual with topics of this nature, some of the people, individuals, entities we're going to be talking about over the course of this stream are going to be discussed in a bit of a critical manner. However, that being said, we have a fundamental rule in this community of not touching the poo, and as a result, few disclaimers, codes of conduct, rules that I expect you guys to be abiding by if you are to remain a part of this community. First, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during the stream in any way, shape, or form. Again, don't touch the poo. We are allowed to comment on, you know, conduct, decisions, or policies, but that is not a license to go and make people's lives miserable. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. In addition to this, basically an offshoot of this particular disclaimer point, if a talent has, of their own volition, connected their corpo identity with their personal account identity or their past life identity on a public platform, and especially under the corpo, or if they've said so explicitly that those two identities are connected, then I will also be linking the two as if that connection is self-evident. Because if the talent themselves does not want to hide that connection, I see no reason why I should do that either. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. I've tried to correct for the time zones in which posts were made, but I may miss one here or there, so it may be off by about a day or so in either direction. And finally, if there is something on screen that you can't really make out while you're watching at home or on the go, don't worry, I will likely be narrating most, if not everything, that is shown on screen at any one time, and even if that's not the case, don't worry, because I'll be uploading all of the slides for this stream, along with all the slides from my previous streams and future streams, to my personal Patreon. Link in description. Join as a member for free. You don't actually need to pay anything. Just join as a member, and you will have access to all of the slides from this stream, future streams, and past streams as well, so that you can download and read at your leisure if that is something that you would like to do. So, like I said, this is a part 2 to a topic that we have already covered in a previous stream, or already started covering in a previous stream, pertaining to Mythos, the Greek god-themed VTuber agency that streams primarily on Twitch. So, bit of a recap as to where we left off at the end of the last stream that I was talking about this. 2024 was a pretty significant year for Mythos. It was a year where they really came out of the gate strong. They made a very, well, for quite a few people, they managed to project that they were a company that actually had a direction, that had serious backing, and as a result, at the end of 2024, it was a year where, for Mythos, it seemed to be a pretty strong one in terms of gaining recognition for themselves as a company, as a place of business where people would realistically like to go and work. At the end of 2024, Mythos had successfully debuted a whole 9 talents split across 2 different generations with 3 solo debutants in between. And in addition to all of that, they'd also managed to host multiple different events, stream events, across multiple different talents channels, collaborating with a bunch of large content creators from VTuber-adjacent anime-esque spheres, including Nuxtaku, but also people like Professor Lando, who did a collab on Poseidon's channel relatively early on in the company's existence. And to top it all off, in addition to debuting almost 10 talents, having what seems to be pretty strong connections among large content creators, both adjacent to, within, and outside of the VTuber sphere, Mythos also gained a little bit of a reputational boost by receiving the VTuber Awards 2024 winner of they were the winner of the Rising VTuber Org Award. So that was a neat little bit of reputation right there. So, like I said, just then, at the end of 2024, Mythos was a decently reputable company insofar as Twitch-based companies go. To be fair, their only real contender was VShojo, and at this particular point in time, they weren't anywhere near VShojo, so they were a pretty prominent second place to VShojo when it comes to Twitch-based VTuber corpos. And so, for a lot of people, this was just another cool small VTuber agency that had cropped up and seemed to be doing pretty strong out of the gate. However, that's not to say that there weren't question marks surrounding how the company operated. As we also talked about last week, there were a few points of, a few interesting gaps in terms of the information that the company had made publicly available about itself. Namely, one of the most eyebrow-raising things was the fact that the company didn't have an official website right up until about a full year after they went live. They went live in December of 2023, and only on December 5th of 2024 did the company formally announce that their website was actually up and running. Then, once you actually go over to said website, you go down to the About section when it comes to the agency trying to describe itself, its premise, and the way that it does things to whoever's using the website. You didn't get much information about how the company actually operated. Just a bunch of tongue-in-cheek LARPing platitudes about why does Mythos exist, what is its policy in regards to talent freedom, fan art and profit policy, a question about clipping, a little bit of self-glaze saying why is Mythos so based, and then finally, is Mythos recruiting new talents? And the other thing, though, this was a little odd, but nothing that really raised any red flags. But the thing that people who were paying attention actually found to be strange about the company, and something that you wouldn't expect from a company gaining this much recognition, among peers in the space was the fact that there was no public record of Mythos existing. Now, most other companies, when you go and search up their names on, for example, the SEC or any other country's official corporation lookup registry or the government-operated company registry, you're going to be able to find some details about the company, including an ID number, an outline of where they are based, when the company was formally registered as a corporate entity, and also, in many cases, the names of the executives CEO and or executives. Except with Mythos, none of that applied. You could go on to the SEC, you could go on to the state-specific company registries, looking up Mythos, Mythos HQ, Mythos VT, and you would turn up nothing each and every time. For all intents and purposes, this was a company that even a year into their existence had never disclosed to the public what they were formally registered as, or even if they were formally registered. Now, for this reason, there was a lot of information that we didn't know about Mythos and how it operated. Where did it get its money from? That was a big one. The second was who's actually in charge of this company. Now, when it comes to staff, we had some idea of who was working behind the scenes at Mythos, namely in the form of two tweets, one made in 2024 and one made in 2025, that gives some indication as to which members of staff were confirmed to be operating behind the scenes and when they joined the company's ranks. For example, January 12th of 2024, right at the beginning of the year and roughly about a month after the company went live, a post would be made on the official company Twitter that read, quote, "Introducing Mythos' talent manager, Gaia Mythos. If you have any questions regarding the talents, Gaia can help." And it basically links to an account that is called Gaia Mythos Talent Manager, etc., etc. Now, this account, I believe, if I remember correctly, has not actually had any activity on it since about halfway through or just after halfway through 2025. So for all intents and purposes, we have no idea who Gaia is or if Gaia is even still at the company. The second manager whose existence was publicly disclosed, however, and the one that will become more important later on in this stream, is a guy by the name of Trey Legacy, who, in June of 2025, would quote tweet one of those engagement bait Twitter posts saying, "What single interaction do you think changed your whole trajectory? I'll start." And to this, Trey would quote tweet it saying, quote, "Y'all, I should have said no. Now I'm trapped with these cringe gods and goddesses. But I do love all the talent here at Mythos. I am extremely grateful for all the friends I made over this past year, from streamer to managers. So, at Hades Mythos, thank you for giving me a chance." And includes a screenshot of a conversation in Discord with Hades where on the 10th of January 2024, so 2 days after the Gaia Mythos introduction post would be made, Hades would end up messaging him saying, "Hey Trey, how would you feel potentially becoming a manager for our company?" So presumably at some point after the 10th of January, Trey, after being invited on that day, would end up becoming a manager under Mythos' umbrella. However, when it comes to information as to who's running the company behind the scenes, this was about all of the information we would be able to get, or that would be publicly disclosed. Everything else remained a big fat question mark. And when I say that this was something quite a few people noticed, I mean it, because even as early as April of 2024, people were already asking questions about how Mythos operated and why was it so secretive in terms of hiding the manner in which it was operating. For example, on April 27th of 2024, a post was made by user Danganronpa5 in r/virtual YouTubers titled, "Can we discuss the secrecy around Mythos HQ?" This is a side tangent, but it's a very I've noticed a lot as I've been going through posts from different platforms made by users across different platforms about various different things, every platform has its own particular linguistic quirks or I suppose idiosyncrasies in how people express themselves. I've noticed that on Reddit, a lot of people try to initiate topics of discussion while trying to make it sound like almost as if they're asking for permission to talk about something. Like they need other people to join in on something before they are allowed to talk about it, which is it's an interesting, I suppose, psychological thing amongst the users of that platform. But in any case, this user says, can we discuss secrecy around Mythos HQ before launching into a small paragraph outlining some of the things that they've noticed about the company. Quote, recently, Mythos has announced a fifth talent, Ares. They have no website for applications, so this means they were headhunted. In fact, they have no website at all to learn about the agency or its talents. Their beginning was with a very unique trailer with a voice cameo from a popular flesh tuber, Charlie, or Moist Critical. They appear to have a lot of money and backing, already arranging Gamersup's collabs, but from this most recent display of their models together, sadly I fear the models are poor quality, visually, and will hinder the talent's success. So that begs the question, what is going on with Mythos HQ? Now, leaving aside the Reddit speak, what this user had identified was something that we had very much talked about before. When you are looking at a system and you don't have access to a lot of information in order to understand how that system works, we have an actual term for that, and it's not a term that's unique to VTubing or even to entertainment. It is a term that is used in general across multiple different fields to describe any system where you don't have a clear idea of how it operates internally, and that is a black box system. Now, because of the fact that black box systems are by definition low information, they don't allow a lot of information to leak outside of said system so that people outside of said system have a lot to go off of when it comes to discerning what the internal mechanisms actually are. In order to try and better understand a black box system, you essentially have to engage in a bit of a guessing game. And the way that you engage in that guessing game, or at least if you're trying to go for any degree of accuracy, is you look at the inputs and outputs of that system. And from those inputs and outputs, you try to guess at what the internal mechanisms are that would create that would take the input, and create the output. You essentially have to engage in a bit of a guessing game based off of what goes in and what comes out. Now, without perhaps even being conscious of it, this user had already managed to pull off an insight regarding the internal mechanisms of how Mythos as a company operated by applying this exact same process. For example, this user had noted that in terms of input, Mythos had no official website where you could actually apply to join the company as a talent, and also there had never been any sort of public audition announcement that had been put out by the company over its 5-month existence at the time that the post was made. In spite of all of that, they had not only debuted 3 initial talents as part of their opening gen, but they'd then gone on to debut 2 further solo debutants without any of the audition process or any even official website. So, as a result of that input, given that output, it is pretty safe to say, based off of these 2 surrounding factors, these 2 bits of circumstantial evidence, when combined, that the talents were headhunted. If this is a company that is continuing to debut talents without any sort of auditions announcement or even any vector for auditions to be made, then it must therefore be the logical conclusion that these talents were recruited on a one-on-one basis, or that they were approached directly on a one-on-one basis, meaning that they were headhunted. And this is a pretty reasonable assumption when it comes to how Mythos operated in those first few months, or I should say, first year of its existence as a company. However, this isn't the only thing that we can actually apply this sort of reasoning to, because there are other aspects of this black box system that was Mythos in its first year that there are other mechanisms within this system that we can take a stab at based off of other inputs and other outputs that went in and out of the company, respectively. For example, some of the publicly observable inputs that went into the company in its first year of existence was, as mentioned in the Reddit post, the fact that relatively early on, as soon as the first 6 months of the company's existence, they had set up a Gamersubs partnership, which was announced on May 15th, or sorry, let me just enlarge that to make sure I actually have the correct date. May 18th of 2024, which was formally announced on their Twitter page. On top of that, so from that, pretty reasonable to conclude that they have a decent amount of some sort of corporate connections, or it lends credence to that particular theory. Second, Mythos, when they first debuted as an agency, when they made their official Twitter account, you may notice that initially, it's not that way nowadays, but initially, they were subscribed to Twitter Gold, which is the Twitter subscription that most corporations and Shy Lily uses in order to boost the amount of impressions that each of their posts get. Now, if you're wondering, Twitter Gold is pretty expensive. It's not that expensive to most corporations that have a lot of money to invest in trying to establish a presence in this space, but it is, objectively speaking, quite a hefty price to pay for the impression and visibility boost that it automatically gives to each of your posts. So again, it creates this impression, or it would lend credence to the idea that at least when it started, Mythos had quite a bit of money to throw around. There were also no public indication of any sort of investors in the company. So as to the question of where does their money come from, it doesn't seem to be from some sort of external source. And early on in the company's existence, it certainly wasn't going to be because of the profit gained from its talents and taking a cut of their earnings. Macarius, thank you for the 2. Is Mythos HQ called Mount Olympus? I'm pretty sure it was. Though I may need someone else to actually check that. On top of that, like I mentioned before, there was no details of any sort of registration with the company, no formal registration, at least not any that was publicly disclosed. So there was no way to verify who was in charge of it, or even if it was officially registered. And finally, in spite of the fact that they were able to release a pretty high quality opening trailer and subsequent trailers, with the exception of Apollo's debut announcement, which was just a static graphic, they were able to pull off some pretty high quality trailers. They were actually animated, they were voiced, and in the first case, it was voiced by Moist Critical, pretty large streamer, even if he isn't part of VTubing as part of this industry. And on top of that, one of their earliest promotional videos for the company was a compilation of a bunch of different React YouTubers and VTubers, some of them pretty large, and with no indication, like I said earlier on here, that any of them had been paid. So from this, we can conclude a few things. One, that it seems like this was a company that had quite a few financial resources to throw around. And specifically, that these were resources that were owned by either one person or a small group of individuals. This was a few individuals or one person who had a lot of money to sling around, because there was no sign of any sort of investors or any sort of external source of money, so it must have come from, I would assume, the founders. Second, even though you had all of these content creators either participating in the creation of promotional content or trying to plug it on their own, there was, in none of these instances, was there ever disclosed some sort of financial incentive for them to do so. There was no indication that that this promotion was being done on a commercial basis. They didn't give any indication that money had exchanged hands in order for them to do this promotion. So it implied that whoever the founder of Mythos was, or whoever the founders of Mythos were, they presumably, since no money had exchanged hands, must have been pretty connected with other content creators, either in this space or adjacent to this space. So as a result of all of these factors put together, people hit upon the theory that Mythos must have been run and founded by a large content creator. And this theory was circumstantially supported by these inputs and outputs. Mythos being run and founded by a big content creator would explain how they have a lot of money to throw around, but they don't have any investors. It would explain why they're able to rope in so many relatively large content creators for this space or adjacent to this space to do a promotional, to make promotional material for their company while not having to pay them any sort of sponsorship or any sort of fee, or at least not any that was publicly disclosed. And it would also explain how they were able to get out trailers that were fully animated, that had pretty professionally done voiceovers, well, maybe with the exception of Charlie, but the main appeal of that wasn't exactly professionalism, but just Charlie being Charlie. So for that reason, again, it gets across this idea that, okay, if this is a company that's being run by a big content creator, it would make sense if, because of the fact that they would presumably have the connections to pull all of this off, right? So again, for this reason, this was a theory that had quite a bit of weight to it when it was first pitched. Now, not everyone hopped onto it, but I would say that of all of the theories that people made about Mythos in its first year of existence, this was by far the most reasonable one. Now, spoiler alert, this did turn out to be the case, as we'll touch on later on over the course of this stream. But for now, based off all the information that people had at this time, and albeit also with a little bit of hindsight, most people touched on or settled on two main candidates for who could have been the big content creator in charge of Mythos at this particular stage in time. The first, or I would say one of two most popular suggestions, was Moist Critical himself, right? Otherwise, why would a content creator of his size have voiced the trailer? It was too random if he were to have nothing to do with this company whatsoever, right? Surely he wouldn't just have voiced it out of nowhere. And the second suggestion would provide a reasonable explanation in that regard, because the second most popular candidate for, the big content creator who must have been behind Mythos' operation was Nuxtaku. Now, the reason why this was arguably more more feasible than just Moist Critical was because not only is Nuxtaku someone who has been in the VTubing scene for quite a while at this point, but he would also conveniently explain why they were able to get Moist Critical without paying him money, or at least not publicly disclosed, not publicly paying him any sort of money to do the narration work. Because Nux had done collabs with Moist Critical in the past, so it's not inconceivable that he could have, if he was the founder or the CEO of the company, spoilers, he was, it's not inconceivable that he could have asked Moist Critical for a favor and that Moist Critical would have indulged him simply because, right? So at this particular point in time, this was among the more reasonable theories that people spun, the more reasonable rats that people spun about how Mythos operated behind the scenes. However, from this, there were two bits of information that were pretty understandably, pretty reasonably arrived at or speculated upon based off of this system of looking at inputs, outputs, and then guessing from there how the internal mechanisms of the system worked, right? The first being that talents were recruited individually, which is pretty self-evident based on the fact that they kept debuting talents despite there being no auditions or any way of auditioning for the company. And second, that the company seemed to be run by a content creator. Now, we do have a little bit more circumstantial evidence for the company being run by a content creator besides just the fact that it seemed weirdly well connected among other content creators and also weirdly well financed despite not having any sort of external funds from a secondary business that feeds funds into it or some form of investor network. So, from these two traits that we can observe or arrive at through reasoning, we can also surmise that at least part of the internal environment of Mythos in its first year was characterized by the following traits. Nepotism, which again is, I want to remind, as a little bit of a reminder, is separate from cronyism. Both nepotism and cronyism focus on people in power, giving jobs or positions of power to people who they know or are friends with or associate with. However, nepotism just states that the positions are allocated on the basis of prior association, with no additional stigma that is inherent to the definition. Cronyism, on the other hand, is when people do that, even if to the detriment of the quality of the work or the ability to hold that position. So nepotism is when you hire your friends and associates, irrespective of how qualified they are. Nepotism usually can work because it makes sense most of the time to hire people that you know and can get along with, rather than, people who are complete strangers. However, cronyism is specifically when you hire someone who is not qualified, who does not have the ability to properly fulfill that role, but you just do so because you like them or because they are an associate of yours. So nepotism is often stigmatized because people don't make that distinction in their heads. People assume that nepotism and cronyism are the same thing, whereas in actuality they refer to different practices. Similar with overlap, but ultimately different. So what I'm talking about here is nepotism. People recruiting others who they know and or are friends with for positions of power in their organization, irrespective of their qualifications. And it doesn't preclude, simply because if you are hired out of nepotism, it doesn't preclude that you are actually qualified to do the job, which is a very important thing to note for this assessment of Mythos's internal work environment at this particular point in time. So, when you combine the fact that the talents were individually recruited, they were headhunted, with the fact that the company is presumably being run by a big content creator who is leveraging their connections in order to make this company get off the ground in its opening year, it is pretty reasonable to conclude that there will be quite a strong element of nepotism in the way that the company handles hiring. But not only that, it is also reasonable to assume that because of this sort of let's see if I can hire my friends or get my friends on board with this, working under the same umbrella with this project, etc., etc. It is also rather reasonable to assume that handshake deals would be a pretty prevalent part of how Mythos did business behind the scenes as well. As in, people would get into these business relations not so much on the basis of, whatever was written down on their contracts, but at least part of their willingness to cooperate and their willingness to invest personal resources into this project came from their knowledge of, familiarity with, or just general trust with the other members of the organization. When I say handshake deals, what I mean is people being willing to sign up to being a part of Mythos simply off of the word of the person who had approached them with the offer, saying, oh, we'll give you X, Y, and Z, and then trusting them not because it's written on paper, but because they know the person who has approached them and they trust them to deliver on their word. And both of these two things together result in the third presumed feature of Mythos's internal work environment at this point in time, which is a high trust work environment. In other words, most people in this organization would presumably know most of the other people, and as a result, everyone would presumably, at least to some degree, trust each other to have their mutual benefits in mind. People would trust one another to look out for each other because they are all in this together, presumably. Now, I want to make it very clear that these traits, although we may look at them and sneer, there is nothing inherently wrong with any of them. Now, handshake deals, of course, I would not recommend to any talent who wants to work as part of any corporation, but that is a matter of personal safety. A matter of personal safety that many talents, unfortunately, are wont to waive when they feel familiar enough with the person who has gone about trying to hire them. However, that aside, nepotism and having a high-trust work environment aren't inherently bad things. However, they are conditional things in the sense that they are aspects of a work environment that simply cannot continue to exist if the conditions for their existence are not met. And as to what those conditions are, it's pretty simple. One, Everyone needs to be able to trust one another, and in conjunction with that, or linked with that, people need to actually know what they're doing. And here is the problem. When it comes to running a business, we have had several examples of content creators becoming fed up with the state of the industry or other actors or entities that precede them in the industry and deciding, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to do this myself. We have plenty of examples of content creators going out of their way to establish their own businesses, their own companies, and recruiting a bunch of talents and basically trying to build their own corporation with blackjack and hookers and from the ground up. However, content creators are not always cut out to staff corporations, and they're certainly not always cut out to lead corporations. And in regards to this, and related to this, we come back to, yet again, the most reasonable theory, or at least in my opinion, one of the most reasonable evidence-based theories regarding how Mythos was operating, based off of the initial information that was available at this point in time. Yes, this was a company that, even compared to its peers, was very, very opaque, very lacking in transparency. However, based off of the circumstantial evidence, inputs, outputs surrounding the black box system, one of the more reasonable hypotheses to emerge out of this was that Mythos was, at least initially, run by a content creator. And leaving aside all of the circumstantial evidence, there are two particular reasons why I personally buy into this particular theory, or bought into this theory even before we had any hard confirmation that it may have been the case. So, the two bits of supporting evidence that I personally viewed as supporting this hypothesis about how Mythos ran as a company, well, the two bits of evidence. The first one was the fact that the company came out of the gate making React content, or essentially, I hesitate to say specialize in, because you can't really, well, you don't really specialize in React content. It is just React content. But essentially, the company came right out of the gate, and the policy seemed to be, the content policy for all the towns on their YouTubes seemed to be, do React content. All three of the debut towns did this. The two out of three following solo debutants did this, at least to begin with. And only starting from the second official generation, third generation, if you're counting the solo debutants as their own generation, only starting from the seventh, 8th, and 9th talents that they debuted, did they stop doing React content as this sort of routine, uniform thing across all of their channels on YouTube. So that was the first bit of evidence that I thought supported the idea that Mythos was run by a content creator. The second bit of evidence, however, stemmed from the debut, and this is something that I'm not sure how many other people may share my opinion on, stemmed from the debut, or the choice to debut, a 3-man generation of male talents right at the beginning of 2025. Now, with regards to the first supporting bit of evidence, why is it that when I see a company releasing, primarily releasing React content on the town's YouTube channels, why do I look at that and automatically go, okay, yeah, that's probably a company that's being run by a content creator? The reason why stems from a fundamental distinction between two different concepts that people don't often understand are separate from one another. Two concepts that people routinely, at least in their heads, lump together. And that is the distinction between branding and marketing. Now, a lot of people, when they say branding or marketing, may use the two words interchangeably. I try not to, but occasionally I do slip up myself as well. Now, the distinction between the two is that branding is the act of promoting and or selling your product. It is usually an action, a one-off, temporary thing that has a set beginning and end date of when you execute the action and when the action is finished. It is temporary, it is, like I said, a once-off type of thing. Branding, however, is a lot more long-term. Branding is the process of shaping how consumers identify and or relate to your product. Essentially, if you would like an analogy to highlight how these two concepts differ despite their overlap, is that marketing is a bit like a gun, with branding as the bullet. Marketing is the medium, the tool that you use in order to deliver a message into your consumer demographic, with the bullet, the brand, the message being, this is how we want you to think about us and the product that we are selling. This is how we want you to conceive of this product and how we would like you to view yourself as a person, as a consumer, in relative to what we are selling. If you would like to think about it, the reason why I think a bullet in particular, is a very apt metaphor for branding is because, well, it is the message. It's supposed to embed itself into your target demographic, and after that point, it is either rejected or ejected, in the sense that, the consumer base sees your message, tries to absorb it, rejects it, doesn't like it, refuses to accept it, whatever. Or it is slowly but surely absorbed as it stays inside. And when you really think about it, that's exactly what branding is. It's giving you an idea of what a product is, how you should feel about it, how you should relate to it, and slowly but surely, as you accept it, that becoming a part of how you view not just the product, but the surrounding context around that product. It is not an exaggeration to say that how many people perceive the world has been, at least in part, shaped entirely by attempts at branding things. Things like, for example, politicians, or things like public services, or even products that are very commonly used, like, well, for example, prophylactics or food. So, branding plays a significant role when it comes to shaping how people perceive things. Now, the reason why I make a distinction between these two concepts is because, specifically as they apply to content creation, content creators, on average, tend to be good at both of these things to differing degrees. Most content creators are not equally good at both marketing and branding. For example, when it comes to most content creators are only really good at marketing. Most content creators will have an implicit or an instinctive understanding of how marketing works, because marketing is pretty straightforward. It's basically an exercise in how many eyeballs you can get onto something. Regardless, it doesn't really try too hard to do anything regarding shaping how a consumer feels or how they even perceive the world or perceive themselves in relation to what is being sold, etc., etc. Marketing is just the act of, here is why I think this is cool and here is how you can buy it. And when you really think about it, the reason why most content creators tend to be instinctively good at marketing is because when it comes to how content creators make decisions, most of the time, most of us only think in terms of two questions, which is, one, will doing this make me feel good? And two, will doing this get me more attention? And surprise, surprise, will this get me more attention it's usually intrinsically linked to, will this make me feel good? Like, these two are basically connected together, right? If something gets a content creator more attention, it will usually end up making us feel good. And as a result of these two things being the sort of dominant motivations behind how we make decisions as content creators, for that reason, we tend to be very geared automatically and instinctively to understanding marketing principles, understanding how to put ourselves out there in front of more people, try to, give as positive or as strong an initial impression as possible, and then from there basically hoping to continue maintaining that momentum by keeping the eyes on us, right? And so for this reason, most content creators have an intuitive understanding of how marketing works, and they have an intuitive grasp of marketing as well. They understand how it works, they do it almost without thinking. However, the same cannot be said for branding, because in contrast to marketing, which is usually just a process of, how can I get the most attention and in the quickest way possible, and in the most sustainable way possible, branding requires you to be a little bit more deliberate, and more importantly, it requires you to think outside of your default self-contained frame of reference in order to be done effectively, as opposed to marketing, which is mostly just, how do I get the most eyes on whatever thing I'm promoting? Branding requires you to ask a few more different questions as it pertains to your audience. How do people see me? How do people feel about me? And finally, how can I influence this? The third of these three questions is usually what most content creators get snagged on. Because, like I've said numerous times in the past, content creation is a practice, is a business, a job that encourages, that pushes the people in it to become more and more solipsistic over time, more and more self-centered over time, and not even necessarily in a morally reprehensible sense, just in a literal sense. When you do content creation over an extended period of time, all of your content comes from you. How you feel, how you think, how you express yourself, what is your experience and your psychology as a person. All of these things are what you derive your content from, and so as a result, it becomes normal, natural even, for you to, the longer you are, the longer you're a content creator, become more and more self-centered in that regard. Everything is perceived in reference to how it revolves around you. And everything is uncertain outside of how it relates to you. Or specifically, everything is uncertain if it comes from... You judge everything based off of how you tend to see things, or how you tend to feel about things, or how you tend to talk about things. And so for that reason, most content creators get snagged on the third one, right? Because not only does it require you to not only does effective branding require you to sort of put yourselves in the shoes of someone who may think differently from you, even if only slightly, but you need to be able to leverage that knowledge into something actionable as well. So, for this reason, most content creators are good at marketing, but most content creators are not as good with branding. By the way, it is also no coincidence that the upper echelon of content creators, the very best of the very best at what they do, tend to be some combination of highly sociopathic or highly empathetic. And I don't mean empathy in the Twitter activist, I'm such a good person sense. I mean empathetic in the, again, the literal sense of the word, which is to possess the ability to understand different perspectives, or to understand how people think or feel differently from yourself. The ability to put yourselves in someone else's shoes. And the reason why those two traits in particular is because, again, content creation, or maintaining popularity as a content creator, a lot of it stems from the ability to understand how people see you and influence that to be as positive as possible. And when you are highly empathetic, that puts you in a better position to understand how people think or feel about you, and therefore puts you in a better position to figure out how to influence that. Being sociopathic removes barriers in regards to trying to influence that. Right? Sociopathic people are better at deception, and as a result, they're not psychopathic, which is very important, right? Because empathy is a very important ingredient when it comes to being able to adapt to how other people see things, and as a result, trying to promote yourselves in the eyes of other people, right? So that's why I say sociopathic, not psychopathic. But sociopaths are more willing to deceive others for personal gain, right? And as a result, content creators who understand how their audience may think or feel differently to them, or may even harbor a personal resentment or ill feeling towards prospective audiences, are in a better position to ruthlessly just put on a facade that will appeal to and or influence their prospective audiences the most, irrespective of things like moral hang-ups or disagreements with their audience or whatever. So for that reason, the upper echelons of content creation are very often filled by sociopaths and or empaths, some combination of the two. And so at the end of all of this, the main thing that I want to stress is that most content creators are good at marketing, but not as good at branding. And when I say most content creators, that includes successful ones as well. It's only the, again, very few, even among successful content creators, can pull off branding or have an understanding of branding that goes beyond just something that is kind of half-baked and subconscious, right? And so, one of the most important things to understand about branding and how it works, or how the entire, I suppose, the underlying philosophy behind how marketing and branding work, is that if a consumer feels nothing, then they will do nothing. And the reason, the sort of thing that most people stumble on in terms of branding when it comes to understanding how it's supposed to work as a practice in order to
facilitate the successful sale of a product of some description, is that when it comes to branding, in line with this rule of if a consumer feels nothing, they will do nothing. If they don't feel anything in regard to your product, they're not going to do anything in terms of trying to buy it or even consider trying to buy it. Branding is a practice that is designed to do two things. One, it is designed to maximize how strongly a consumer feels about your product, right? The more strong the emotion they feel towards it, especially positive emotion they feel towards it, the better. The more likely they are to buy it and continue buying it. For example, if you're able to make a consumer feel secure or proud or loyal that they are able to, buy or represent your product in some way, then that is a consumer that is more likely to come back and buy future things that you end up making. Right? Brand loyalty is a very real and valuable, albeit intangible asset to a company or a entity or whatever. The second thing that branding is supposed to do, however, is to minimize the amount of time or minimize the amount of stimuli that is required for a consumer to feel something. So essentially what branding is supposed to do is sort of Pavlov the consumer into sort of conditioning them to instantly feel something and to link something to think of your product and to think of it strongly, basically, with as little a prompt as possible. And as soon as possible after being exposed to said prompt. Because the more time you can cut in between when a consumer thinks of your product and when they decide to do something based off that feeling of, whatever they feel upon seeing your product, the better. The less time that a consumer has to think and maybe second guess themselves as to whether they want to buy something, the better. Because that puts them in a position where they are more readily going to engage with your product, buy your product, etc., etc. Right? So branding is supposed to facilitate that through conditioning. Make you feel strongly about something and minimize the amount of time in between you feeling something and you going, yep, I'm going to do something about that. I'm going to watch it, buy it, consume it, whatever. And the thing is, this isn't just when it comes to physical products, like a hairdryer or a piece of cheese or whatever. This applies to basically anything that you want a consumer, or I should say a viewer, to invest a personal resource in, which includes what kind of content they feel like committing their time to watching. And the thing is, when you look at original content, branding, you can see how branding usually tends to be more effective with original content, because when you look at original content, there are less decisions that a viewer needs to make before they decide whether they actually like it or not. In other words, how they feel about something. It may sound a little banal, but the less time it takes for a viewer to, decide how they feel about your content, the more likely they are to actually watch it or simply choose to watch something else, right? The more you minimize the amount of time between a viewer seeing your content and going, yeah, is this something I'm into or not? The more likely they are to actually watch it if they do seem to be into it, right? So for example, when it comes to original content, this is pretty simple, right? The viewer sees it and then they instantly think, do I like genre format of content? If yes, they instantly choose to engage with it. If no, they decide they don't want to engage. But for the most part, it is a rather simplistic, very, sort of quick decision that they have to make. The problem with React content, or in other words, derivative content specifically, is that it adds an added degree, an added layer of decision-making to this process. Remember what I said about branding and the thing that it's designed to do, which is branding as a whole practice is hinged upon minimizing the amount of time in order for someone to feel something and to maximize the degree to which they feel something. The problem with derivative content is that it adds an added layer to this decision-making where it's not just, do I like genre format of content? In other words, do I like reaction content? If no, similarly to the first scenario with original content, they also choose not to engage. But the problem is, even if the answer is yes, even if the viewer does have a predilection towards watching reaction content, they then have to ask an additional question to themselves. So there is an additional layer to the decision-making in their head before they decide to commit the time to watch the content, which is not just, do I like reaction content, but am I interested in this specific video or subject matter that is being reacted to? And then from there is an additional yes-no question or yes-no branch of decision-making. And If no, then they will likely, even though they like reaction content, they may choose to switch off. Whereas if the answer is yes, then they choose to watch. And the problem is, this may sound like an exaggeration to some people, but that added layer, that delay, slight as it may be, to the decision-making process, to the point between seeing a piece of content and feeling something about it, or deciding how you feel about it, that is enough to inhibit, for most people, how the whole process of developing a strong feeling towards something. It is for this reason that reaction content, by definition, is not a type of content that is effective for the sake of building a brand, because it creates a sense of distance between how you feel about the reactor, or it makes it more difficult to develop between viewer and reactor a sense of emotional connection, because all of it has to be filtered through, am I actually interested in the original video first, right? And even then, the only way that you perceive aspects of the reactor is in reference to how do they relate to, how do they respond to the original piece of content, which is going to essentially, that entire emotional connection is going to emerge purely in reference to how the viewer also feels about the original content that is being reacted to, not just towards the reactor. So again, for this reason, derivative content is less effective when it comes to the process of brand building. Now, it is quite good when it comes to marketing, and this is the reason why I say that when I see a company, a VTubing company, favoring React content as the main bulk of the thing that it encourages its talents to do, I think that it is run by a content creator who has a more solid grasp of marketing than they do branding. Because when you look at, let's say that a company decides to pursue React content as the main bulk of what they choose to upload onto their respective YouTube channels. The problem is, when you do this as a company policy, when you make the main type of content that you want your talents to make React content, some combination of two things tends to happen. Either everyone reacts to the same high-performing popular videos, which enhances the consistency of your company's overall content offering, but at the cost of cannibalizing the same audience over time. You have multiple different talents reacting to the same video. Maybe the same people, the same demographic, may be interested in watching, two different reactions, because after all, it is two different people reacting to the same video. But by the third or fourth or fifth time, you start to notice a pretty significant drop-off, because there's only so many times that you can watch the same video being reacted to by different people before it becomes too repetitive in order to be worth engaging in. Even the most avid React slop consumers have a limit to how much they are willing to watch the same video be reacted to by different people. And that limit is usually like 2 or 3 times, 3 absolute maximum for most people, even if they do have a preference for React slop. So, you have everyone reacts to the same few popular videos, which adds consistency, but it cannibalizes the same audience, or everyone reacts to different popular videos, which avoids the problem of cannibalizing audiences between individual talents, but it decreases the overall consistency of your company, because your brand identity as a company becomes way too eclectic. Everyone is reacting to different things. There's no uniform thing, besides the fact that all of you guys do React content, which again, by virtue of being derivative content, is not exactly the best tool to build a brand, because it creates that added delay in terms of seeing something and then developing an emotional attachment to it, or developing some sort of emotional response to it, provoking some sort of emotional response to it. And so, again, when I see this, the reason why I conclude that, okay, this is a company that is probably at least influenced by and or run by a content creator, is because when you think about React content from the perspective of an individual content creator, pursuing it makes a lot of sense. At least at this stage in time, nowadays not so much, but at least at this stage in time, it was something that the algorithm favored pretty heavily. It was something that the algorithm rewarded pretty heavily. It does numbers, or at least it did numbers pretty consistently. It's also very easy to make, requires very low cost in terms of production. You just throw something on stream, you ooh and ah at it a little bit, You clip out the sections where you ooh and ah at the video, and you re-upload the entire thing onto YouTube. Very painless, very quick, very easy. And so for those reasons, if you are an individual content creator, it makes a lot of sense because it makes you money, it allows you to piggyback off the popularity of videos that you didn't really put in the majority of the effort to make. Right? And again, I'm saying this objectively, not in any sort of degree of stigma or whatever, even if I personally don't like reaction content that much on principle. But again, it works, which is why it makes sense for an individual content creator to do it. It is pretty decent marketing because the numbers go up and you get to piggyback off of things that are already proven to be popular. Or in other words, low risk, high reward. However, if you try to branch this out to a group of people, that's when React content starts to become more detrimental. Because pursuing React content as a practice amongst a group, a collective, that is a decision that I could only see a content creator who doesn't have a very solid grasp of branding making. Because of the fact that, again, for all those reasons I just specified, reaction content works fine for individuals, but is significantly less effective if you're trying to build up a following or brand for a group of people. Because a group needs its own collective identity. It needs its own specific distinctive features, things that make it stand out from its alternatives. And the thing is, with reaction content, or generally derivative content, you will struggle to try and make yourself unique or odd or different or stand out simply by virtue of that medium. Yes, it does numbers, but no, it won't give you a good chance at developing a strong and solid collective brand. And when you are a company, not just an individual content creator, that's the thing that you need. And again, for this reason, when I see a company making this mistake of going, okay, we'll go for the kind of content that gives us strong marketing that doesn't really do anything for our branding, that's where I go at it and go, okay, the underlying logic is one that would be applied by an individual content creator, probably a successful content creator, but it is not one that would be made by a business person, because I would expect a business person to have a more intuitive understanding, not just of marketing, but of branding as well. Whereas if I'm just talking about a successful content creator, a content creator can very well build up a significant degree of success by only having a strong grasp of marketing, but not really having a conscious, if even complete grasp of how branding works, right? Content creators don't need to understand how branding works as much as they need to understand how marketing works. The same cannot be said for an actual, a business person or an entrepreneur or someone who makes creating corporations their main bread and butter. They need both, otherwise they are going to go bankrupt. Whereas with content creators, very different. If you're good at marketing, you will probably get enough eyeballs on you to ensure that you have a steady stream of YouTube revenue. So again, for this reason, when I saw that Mythos went right out of the gate as a company, and they went, okay, we're going to make it so that all of our talents do reaction content. Like, that's going to be the thing to do because it does numbers, I assume was their rationale. I look at that and I go, okay, I could easily see a content creator making this call. In other words, someone who is more accustomed to making content on YouTube or Twitch than they are to actually running a business. I expect this of a content creator, not a business major or entrepreneur. And this was the first bit of evidence that, in my eyes at least, supported the idea that Mythos was being run by a content creator. However, the second piece of evidence, and this is the one that I suppose some people may disagree with me on, is the fact that on December 30th, 2024, so right after Mythos won the Rising Corpo award in the VTuber award, Mythos announced that they were going to be releasing a new gen. A gen that was going to be very different from the previous 2 or 3, depending on how you're counting things, that they had released. Now, up until now, Mythos had released steadily a total of 9 talents, all of them women. However, starting from their 3rd official generation that would be called Divinos, or Divinos, however you want to pronounce it, this would change. With tweets saying, "This changes everything," containing the following trailer. Turn down the volume to about 50%. Say 40% to preserve your ears.
It's been a millennium, and it seems the world has taken change. But this is nothing new to me. No different than watching seasons pass. Yes, this world is merely a new hunting ground to master. And I will be the master of my own destiny. No matter what the tides of fate may bring, I am the moon, and the moon controls the tides. Now, those who bear my mark, may your paths be illuminated in the darkest hour. Now to find out what this new world has in store for me.
My name is Pallas Athena. I've been hiding on Mount Olympus for quite a while now. I think I've messed up enough for a couple lifetimes at this point. But I've been watching you all playing games in arcades and sipping coffee in bookshops. And you know what? I'm starting to get jealous. Well, I guess it's my turn to step out of the shadows. See you there.
So, Mythos has continued with its naming and or aesthetic gimmick of basically taking Greek gods and gender swapping them. The first 9 talents were all male gods in the original Greek mythology, that were gender bent to being female, right? You know, Apollo, Zeus, Ares, etc. Ares being a woman is a very funny idea. But also now you had the reverse, right? You had three female goddesses in the original Greek mythology: Athena, Artemis, and what was the third one? Athena, Artemis, and Aphrodite. And now we were gender swapping them over to 3 dudes. And again, that was the main pull of this particular trailer and this particular generation. Mythos was putting males on stream.
This whole world is seeking love, lost to indifference. There is one God who will rise among the rest, embodying desire, charming hearts, and igniting the flames of passion. Oh, they are not ready for this.
People almost immediately started making this comparison, but this guy legitimately does sound like Markiplier with one of the specific regional American accents. Or one of the more specific American regional accents. Harder R's than Markiplier, or more rounded tone on some of the vowels. But the impression is pretty close.
I have one rule, and it's look but don't touch, okay? A date? Only if you're paying. I don't have my wallet, or like any money at all, actually. You know what? Let's just skip the fancy dinner. The bowling alley is way too noisy, and mini golf takes forever.
Trying to think. He sounds like a cross between Markiplier and something else. I'm trying to... It's on the tip of my tongue. Ah. You know those I can't think of how to describe it besides those more deep-voiced anime English dub VAs? The kind that they... Actually, no, I take it back. He sounds like Markiplier crossed with Sea Dog VA trying to do an American accent. That's how I would describe it.
So let's just crash back at my pad. Just you and me. Now that we've got that figured out, I've got a question for you. What the hell is a VTuber?
So still very much... Mythos is still very much going with that Quirk Chungus, oh, what is a VTuber type thing, right? Isn't it quirky that all of these gods and goddesses didn't know what a VTuber was, and yet became one anyway? But yeah, in any case. So in terms of the core demographic, you would assume that it's still aimed at a kind of Twitch normie-esque crowd, right? Except there was a problem, which is when I see something like this, when I see that a company that has previously just debuted women suddenly pivot and then try debuting men, that's not to say that it can't work. But usually, because of the demographics of VTubing and the demographics of this industry's audiences, when you do try to debut men in a corporation, you usually need to have a very specific goal and strategy in mind. Now, it does need to be said that precedent in this industry has very much proven that men are not, in and of themselves, a liability to debut. There are multiple examples of companies quite successfully debuting male talents and being able to run at least close to sustainably. 3 big examples for very different reasons. Niji Sanji EN, specifically Luxium. You have First Stage Productions EN, which is all male. And finally, you have the Hollow Stars EN, right? So 3 different examples of companies debuting male talents in this space. However, you may notice that across these 3, there are some common themes that go into their success. With Niji Sanji EN, when they debuted Luxium, they did so with a laser focus on one specific demographic that they were trying to appeal towards, which is Fujoshis. And because of the fact that this gen it seems to have basically been engineered to capture that demographic, basically, it worked. Luxium became the face of what a lot of people for the longest time associated male VTubers with. Right? This Luxium became what most people defined male VTubing as, for better and arguably for worse. First Stage Productions, in spite of being a newer, relatively speaking, a newer entrant to the EN Corpo scene, they were built from the ground up to accommodate male talent, and they were also built from the ground up to appeal towards, again, very specific demographic of mostly female viewers. And as a result, this is a company that has managed to thrive, especially relative to their Japanese branch, which is an interesting inversion of how that usually goes. So this is a company that is also, again, in spite of being male-centered or choosing to debut males, it is built from the ground up to accommodate that fact. It started from day one aiming at a specific audience that would want the kind of content that male VTubers of this, this genre are able to provide. And when it comes to Hollow Stars specifically, I would say it's not so much of a laser-focused demographic. After all, there's a bunch of different people who would like to watch Hollow Stars, who do watch Hollow Stars. Yes, some of them are also raging Fujoshis, but it's also people who just want homie content, but in VTuber form, or people who just want to watch something with the intention of having it spite unicorns, right? People who hate watch, not really hate watch, but I suppose third-party hate watch or something? Hate watch something and support something in order to spite another audience demographic, right? So again, there are different groups of people who would watch Hollow Stars for different reasons, but at the end of the day, part of why the branch works is because in addition to the fact that they are opening up or essentially trying to capture a demographic that HoloLive's main talent pool does not really seem to be geared at capturing. It is also a branch that, even though it doesn't receive a lot of support relative to its counterparts over in Japan, and especially the counterparts that deal with female talents, it is still, compared to a lot of other corporations in the space, relatively well supported. And so for these reasons, what these precedents prove is that you don't just debut a male gen because you feel like it. You need to set it up. You need support for it, or is at least support in the form of a clear strategy. Because the audience demographics in this industry are not favorable to male talents being debuted willy-nilly. Luxium, laser focused on a demographic. FSP, laser focused on a demographic and built from the ground up to accommodate it. Holostars, not so much laser focused on one specific demographic that is male exclusive, but rather containing a decent amount of support in terms of just existing in general, right? It's kind of, a lot of people have referred to Holostars as an entire project, kind of being Yagu's pet project that he refuses to give up on. So for these reasons, all three of these have either a very unique premise, a very specific demographic, or a large degree of tailored support in order to make it work. My question, therefore, is when you look at Mythos's Divinos generation, do they actually seem to possess any of these three? If you actually look at the content, for example, you have a lot of Zatsu, a lot of collabs, both with people within Mythos and without Mythos. Right, I think Athena did a little bit of Fujo baiting, just a little bit of yaoi baiting with some of his content, but for the most part, it was mostly just gaming streams, kind of homie bro type streams. And well, to be honest, that isn't really distinctive on Twitch, and specifically when it comes to the VTuber Corpo scene, both on Twitch and off of Twitch, because on Twitch, male content creators that just play games and yap, you don't hear about them a lot because most of them are either 0 views or 1 views, or maybe 2 views. But the overwhelming majority of the time, there is nothing exceptional in the VStreaming space, or even streaming in general, about a guy playing games and talking to his chat. If you don't have a specific demographic that you're tailoring your content towards, male VTuber in and of itself is not going to be enough of a selling point. And especially, yes, it may generate a little bit of novelty in the sense of some people on Twitter will like your post saying that you are pivoting into debuting a male gen despite only debuting women prior. But as we all know, people on Twitter don't watch streams. Which leads me into my next point, which is, how do I know that Divinos doesn't seem to have been made with either intention or support in mind? Well, we default to the most banal part of any creative practice on the internet, specifically creative corporate practice on the internet, because even though you can talk about how important creativity and passion is to VTubing, Corpo VTubing is concerned about one thing above all else: money. And second to that thing, numbers. And so we can actually take a look at the numbers. When you look at Mythos's female talents, for example, this is a side-by-side comparison of the different Mythos talents that first 9 Mythos talents to debut, all of the female Mythos talents to debut, of how they were doing, their statistics, their viewership statistics, across the first 6 months post-debut. Sorry, give me a second. I'm going to grab myself a lemon candy for throat soothing. Appreciators of sour. If you do have something sour on hand, by the way, feel free to join in on the experience so that you can parasocially engage in the same taste testing as I am right now. But yeah, Ivan, thank you for the 2. They just need to play HO14, TNO, and 40k. Yeah. Well, I mean, you had Aphrodite, goddess of love, right? The biggest whore in the pantheon, according to mythology. You had Aphrodite doing streams, collabing with and featuring his IRL wife. So, when I talk about content that is niche within a niche, that's what I'm talking about. Scully McCoy, thank you for the 5. Throat medicine funds, very much appreciated, especially after last week. So, yeah. In any case, when you actually try to hold up each of the first 9 talents, for example, right? In terms of their CCVs, their viewer statistics 6 months after their debut, it's pretty consistent, right? You have the first 3, which are obviously going to be the highest of the bunch. You know, Poseidon, 129 average viewers. We're just going to be looking at average viewers because peak viewers can fluctuate wildly based off of whether they have a stream that pops off to a significant degree or a special event stream at some point during one of the quarters. So, for the sake of consistency and more apt comparison, we're going to be focusing mostly on just average viewers, right? So Poseidon, 129, Hades, 131, Zeus, 140. This is 6 months after their debut. So for a small corporation, especially one that's operating on Twitch, these are pretty good statistics, right? Pretty good numbers. Easily puts them into the upper echelons of most popular streamers in VTubing, right? Because again, most people don't break out of low 2 view. Most people are stuck at 1 view. Then you go into the second group of debutantes, the 3 solo debutantes. Apollo with 98 average viewers 6 months after her debut. Ares with 165 average after her debut. Now this is probably boosted by 2 streams in particular that popped off, one in August and one in, I believe, May or April, one of those 2. But she had 2 streams massively pop off, and so as a result probably skewed the result to be a little bit higher. And Clotho unfortunately doesn't have a Twitch tracker entry. I assume some fuckery to do with how often she was getting banned on Twitch during her first 6 months on the platform, or first year on the platform, I should say. So again, there's a little bit of a decrease, but it's still pretty good, right? It's still hovering around 100, pretty closely. Then you have the second official generation, which was Arcanum. Hephaestus with 68 average viewers, Hermes with 73 average viewers, and Dionysus with 98 average viewers. Again, at this point, you're starting to see a little bit of a decline over time. Not necessarily because of the fact that they were, content creators that people wouldn't like or whatever, but perhaps because at this particular point, Mythos as a company hadn't attracted or hadn't built up a strong enough brand to attract people to check out the new talents simply because they were new talents under Mythos. Essentially, what I mean by that is the talents had to pull their own weight and essentially entirely define their own appeal to new audiences. They weren't getting any help from Mythos as a brand, which is part of the reason why I suspect the pronunciation hurt my ears, which is part of the reasons I expect that the average viewer count has gone down in between different generations. However, these are just the female talents that Mythos was debuting. And again, this was the niche that they had established relatively from the beginning of the company's existence. But Divinos broke that trend. And when you compare the stats of Divinos 6 months into their VTubing career under Mythos, right? And you hold it up against all of the previous talents, they are, and this is not an indictment of the individual talents, by the way, this is more a critique of how the company, or the company's evident lack of strategy. They are the lowest of all of the talents, right? In that same 6 month post-debut period, Athena reached 43 average viewers, Aphrodite 65, and Artemis 72. Again, 2 of them, Aphrodite and Artemis, not too far off from the gen that immediately preceded them. But again, they are the lowest, they have had the lowest performing reception compared to all of the prior talents and all of the previous generations that have debuted under the company. The reason why this is important is not me trying to number shame them or anything, because again, being a male VTuber, you inherently have it a little bit rough when it comes to finding a demographic that will give you numbers. But more so, that this is a sign that either Mythos, when they debuted Divinos, didn't have a target demographic in mind, or whatever target demographic they had in mind didn't actually show up once they actually started streaming. Either way, there was a severe miscalculation on Mythos' part when it comes to would there be a sustainable audience for this kind of content, and two, would their ability to promote these talents to the point of having a sustainable audience. Again, the problem is, well, you know, these, when you debut males in your previously all-female company, you need a reason and a strategy for doing so. Otherwise, they're just going to flail, because not only are the demographics inherently inhospitable to male content creators that don't have, again, a very specific gimmick in mind, but two, this is not the kind of content that your previously established audience has become accustomed to. These are men, not women. And I understand that to some, saying that out loud might sound like a pretty minor difference, but believe you me, it is a major one in this industry. And so, when I look at stuff like this, it doesn't really make sense from a business angle, purely because it's not performing numbers-wise, and Mythos doesn't seem to be really... They don't seem to have a concrete strategy to try and make it work business-wise. However, when you view it through the lens of, oh, I have a few people who I think would be cool to work with, and I think I'd like to invite them to work with me under this company, that sounds like a much more logical explanation for this sudden pivot with a male gen than something business-oriented. And for that reason, when I look at this and I parse it not through the lens of does this make sense business-wise, but rather, can I see this being the result of people trying to give, friends or associates positions at their company, it makes a lot more sense when interpreted through the lens of the latter than it does through the lens of the former. And as a result, that is why when I looked at the debut of Divinos, and specifically how little strategy seemed to be behind their debut, this is why I viewed that particular generation as being further evidence that, yeah, it does seem like there was a content creator behind the wheel of the company that, maybe they had a few friends who were cool to work with or who they wanted to work with, and they invited them over, irrespective of whether doing so would make sense for the company in terms of numbers and revenue. Oh, give me a second. Summon Night, exactly. But that would require original content. Having a concrete strategy for, attaining different audience demographics, that would require original content, or at least an idea of how to make original content. Again, thing is, if you have either a consultant, nudge nudge, or a CEO who specializes in doing reaction content, or who recommends doing reaction content and is thinking about things through the lens of, how reaction content is beneficial because it gives you numbers, chances are they're not going to be in a position where they are very good at advising as to how to make original content, or using that as a guiding principle behind determining how your content should work. So again, both of these reasons, both of these pieces of evidence, circumstantial as they may be, do reinforce one another if you take them together in terms of the hypothesis. They do seem to reinforce the hypothesis. They seem to support the theory that, yeah, it does seem to be a company that, at least initially, may have been run by a content creator or content creators. Hermes was the only one I know who didn't do any reaction content. I'm pretty sure Clotho also didn't do reaction content. So, yeah. But again, the point is that you are right in pointing out that, yeah, it's very much a minority among the talent roster that doesn't do reaction content. So, yeah. So these are the two pieces of evidence that, at least in my view, supported the theory that, yeah, it was a content creator at the helm. Now, whether it was Moist Critical or Nux, I leaned towards Nux. But either way, I could see, even at the time, yeah, I could see a content creator being in charge of this thing. And so we have, again, all of these theories and speculations based off of purely circumstantial evidence as to how the company operates behind the scenes. However, when it comes to penetrating through a black box system, the sort of the veil of secrecy that surrounds a black box system, part of the ways in which one of the things that I want to impress upon you guys is how these black box systems do have a reason why they are obscure, right? They do have, as I've explained on stream before, there are barriers that are erected around black box systems that make them difficult to penetrate. And when it comes to what these barriers are, the barriers that stand in the way of comprehension and understanding by average everyday people, there are three specific, I suppose, layers of defense that black box systems usually deploy in order to keep their internal mechanisms obscure. The outermost ring of defense is legal enforcement of secrecy, right? Threats of being sued and contracts that you have to sign in order to gain access to the system at all. The second layer of protection comes from controlling access to information, dictating who gets to get close in the first place. What criteria do you set in order to vet those people before you let them in? And finally, the innermost layer of defense. The most difficult to identify and, ironically, the most effective is the obfuscation of internal data and mechanisms. Basically making it so that even if someone does manage to say, fuck it, I don't care about this, fuck it, you didn't give me a contract, or I don't care if you try to sue me, I'd win, right? And someone who managed to bypass all of your vetting measures to gain access to the system. Even if they manage to get past the first two layers, the final layer of security is designed to make it so that even if they did gain access to the system, even if they did manage to glean some information about your internal mechanisms, it's either too obfuscated or too incomplete for them to be able to relay it to the public in a manner that could be leveraged to better understand anything, right? In other words, to actually put this in more concrete terms, right? Legal enforcement of secrecy involves contracts and NDAs. Restricting access to the system consists of hiring practices and requirements. And finally, the way that you maintain obscurity around internal information and practices is by creating a low information workforce. Now, what I mean by that is you create an environment where most workers are not going to be talking with one another very regularly. There's not a lot of interpersonal communication, there's not a lot of communication between different segments of your workforce, and as a result, no one individual is in possession of enough information to possess a holistic picture of how the system works. Talents don't talk to other talents, staff aren't fully on the same page as other staff aren't fully on the same page as all of the talents, and talents don't have an idea of how upper management communicates with staff, right? In any of these environments the environments that display these traits, that is an environment that you can say is low information by design, right? It is designed to make sure that no one individual within the system has enough information to expose it. And generally speaking, these three layers of protection, utilized in tandem, do a pretty good job of just making it so that no information will get out of the black box system, or if at least any information does get out, it is usually too incomplete and too incoherent for people to understand. However, we can dumb these three barriers to understanding down to one, because there is one underlying thing that all three of these barriers to understanding need in order to stay viable, in order to stay effective. One thing that those who keep the system going need to maintain in order for all three of these barriers to work. And if they drop the ball on this one thing, all three of these barriers will begin to break down. And that thing is competence. Competence is the fundamental thing that allows black box systems to maintain their discretion. If you don't have a high degree of competence, a strong set of protocols for dealing with a varied bunch of different situations, hypothetical or otherwise, if you don't exhibit that degree of competence, you are not going to be able to maintain a tight hold over what information escapes from your system out into the public eye. And so long as you're able to maintain a basic degree of competence, so long as your protocols are robust and diverse, you are going to be fine in terms of keeping a lid on how your system works. The problem was with Mythos, almost immediately after the beginning of 2025, the illusion of competence began to waver, and throughout 2025, as Mythos steadily gave more and more signs of decreasing internal competence, so too did their black box system, or at least the barriers that surrounded it, begin to disintegrate. Sorry, give me a second. I'm going to take a brief hydration break in order to grab more water, so hold on while I switch screens. I will be back in a moment.
I have returned. I think I'm really guzzling my way through these bottles. I like to think that I've started taking a little bit better care of my voice while streaming. But in any case... Oh, Scarling Michaelori, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoyed those emotes. Be sure to thank Scarling for his generosity. But... Sorry. In any case. So... When it comes to the cracks, I suppose, that were beginning to show in the way that Mythos was running as a company. For some, I suppose, the first signs started in January of 2025, specifically January the 7th, when Hephaestus would post in her Discord with the following announcement. Quote, Hey everyone. Hey everynyan. I hope you all had a good New Year's. I just wanted to keep you updated. I'm still on vacation visiting family, and it's been hard to find a time where I can have the house to myself, so I don't bother family with streaming. Small house and thin walls. I've also been bedridden the past 2 weeks with speedrunning illnesses, but I'm staying hydrated and I'm being taken care of at home. Hospital expensive. I miss you all dearly. Now, this was a rather concerning post to read for many of her viewers and also some of her friends. I know Lumi was very cut up when reading this, very concerned while reading this. However, you know, talents getting ill happens, right? You know, if a talent gets ill, they don't say anything for a little bit, it makes sense. And so her saying this probably, at least, you know, it probably didn't, it's not a substitute for her streaming, but it's still something that I think a lot of people appreciated, right? You can see based off the reacts that the message got, right? A lot of people appreciated being told that this was what was going on, appreciated the gesture. However, at the beginning of January, you had one talent that was basically just missing in action. However, on February 21st, this was when Mythos would start to actually, when people would first start talking about Mythos and the way that the way that its talents were relating to the company. Because on February 21st, Mythos would put out the following announcement saying, Thank you for supporting Mythos. Please read this important notice. Important announcement from Mythos. Stormy skies are upon us as we prepare to say goodbye to the talent behind Zeus Mythos, who will be stepping away from her VTubing activities due to a sudden IRL situation that is unfortunately out of everyone's control. Zeus will host a special 12-hour graduation stream on February 25th. We apologize for the short notice, but the talent behind Zeus must prioritize IRL matters in this difficult time, and we support this decision fully. As a member of our first gen, Zeus has contributed a great deal to Mythos, and will forever cherish the memories we made over the last 14 months. We will forever cherish the memories we made over the last 14 months together. We wish her all the best in her future endeavors. Now, this announcement in and of itself raised a few eyebrows, not just because this was made after a long break that Zeus had taken from streaming, but also because, well, this was one of Mythos's founding talents, right? One of the first 3 to debut as part of the opening gen. And this being the first graduation was something that hit a lot of people out of left field. However, on the same day, Zeus herself would end up posting a video onto her YouTube channel titled simply Announcement, where she would go into a bit more detail as to the reasons behind her departure, as well as a departing message for her fans. Akira, thank you for the gift and membership. Welcome to No Anon X8F. Welcome to becoming a Footstool, and I hope you enjoy those emotes. So, at about 1 minute 13 seconds in, Zeus says, quote, when it comes to explaining why she is graduating, she says, quote, a lot of stuff, IRL stuff, has just been crazy and has taken a toll on me a lot. And it is also one of the things that has taken a toll on me.
It is also one of the reasons that has pushed me to the decision as to why I will not be here anymore. I will not be Zeus. I will not be here in this company because I think, overall, it is a good decision. So, I will sadly have to part ways. Then at 2 minutes 51 seconds, she goes on to say, I'm sorry because I've been gone for so long for reasons I can't explain. Let's just say it's IRL thing. I can't get into it. My drive for streaming has diminished because of that. And maybe, hopefully, I can get that drive back. Motivation back. I don't know when or how, something, but someday, I don't know. Maybe. Then, towards the halfway point, or just after the halfway point of the video, 4 minutes 39 seconds, she says, quote, we're all doing our best, and I will do my best to have I will do my best in having to do a lot of self-healing. Do a lot of things that will hopefully will get things to be better. Things are getting better, but it's still rough. All I can say is that I hope that in a much better timeline, if things did not happen, then mayhaps I would still be here. But let's say that I'm very, very happy, but also very, very sad in having to go. And whatever may happen, whatever is going to happen, know that I'll be watching. I'll be a fan. I won't be a streamer no more, but I will be a fan, having to watch behind the scenes. But if ever someday I decide to have that drive again, I don't know if you can find me somewhere out in the mortal world, in the mortal realm. Mayhaps Zeus may be there, or maybe not. Who knows? Yeah, it is rather vague posting. However, if we go with the premise that this is, she just wants to maintain privacy around an IRL matter that made her graduate, I can understand if, for example, this video was, made, just her speaking off the cuff, and as a result, it has a few loops that come off as if she is vague posting, even if that wasn't the intention. This is also, by the way, another aspect of the protocols that I think show a sign that perhaps they don't really have very strong ones, because of the fact that if you had someone from management going over the statement, they could probably do a better job at making it a bit more concise, or, again, little less full of vague posting implication. That being said, though, yeah, Burbo, that is pretty funny. That being said, though, the message from her seemed to be, at this particular point in time, the message seemed to be that she, due to circumstances outside of her VTubing career, had decided that she no longer wanted to keep streaming, and so she was going to stop entirely after dropping the Zeus identity. I want you guys to keep this in mind, because we'll be coming back to this later. So, again, 2 absences after an extended hiatus are a little eyebrow-raising when they occur just over a month from one another. However, since both of the reasons were either out of the company's control or amicable, presumably, both of them were out of the company's control, people didn't really take this as that much of an indictment against Mythos as a company. The same cannot be said for the 3rd graduation that would happen in 2025. Since on June 3rd, Hermes from Arcanum would go live and announce that she too would be graduating. Now, the VOD was... I could not find an archive of the full VOD. However, there are clips that remain featuring some of the highlights of her graduation announcement. 4 of them made by a Twitch user called MikeFree928, and one by Uriko, Rima's mod. And actually, Charlie, are you in the chat? Charlie's arch nemesis. But in any case, sorry, give me a second. Sorry. So, between these 5 clips, titled respectively, Hermes announces a graduation, Hermes wants to depart in good faith, there's no evil Corpo story, Nuxtaku is aware that Hermes will graduate, and future design, they essentially sum up some of the major points of her graduation announcement, which I will now list out. If you want to confirm these, feel free to go. These clips are still available on her channel, even though the content has since been nuked. So, over the course of her announcement, Hermes announces that she is graduating due to creative differences with the company. She stresses that she wants to leave amicably and also emphasizes that there is no quote-unquote evil corporation story behind her departure. She also mentions that she cannot elaborate further on the details behind her departure due to being, quote, under contract, end quote, but stresses that her viewers do not share that limitation. There's very much a sort of wink wink nudge nudge going on between Hermes and her audience in this stream, going, hey, you know, I signed the contract, so I can't really talk about it, but you guys didn't sign anything, so you can talk about whatever you want, right? Then she mentions that she signed a non-compete agreement with Mythos that presumably prohibits her from re-debuting as a VTuber for an unspecified amount of time. This was the part of the announcement that ruffled a lot of people's feathers and drew a lot of attention, because non-competes in general are rather unpopular among VTubing audiences as a concept, especially in the West. However, that being said, a non-compete that flat out tries to stop someone from being a VTuber at all after they quit their corporate job, that kind of thing is not really heard of in the Western side of the industry, and very many people unanimously decided that, yeah, it's probably not legal either. Finally, she states that she will return to content creation using, quote, a product of her own design, end quote, and expresses faith in her audience to find her. Now, like I said, this graduation announcement was not like the previous ones. This was very much not due to things outside of the company's control. We all know that creative differences has a tendency to be at times a little euphemistic, and based off of things like her winking and nudging her audience about feeling free to speculate on what the circumstances surrounding her graduation, as well as explicitly mentioning that she could not be a VTuber because of the non-compete. I think it is quite fair to say that there were quite a few reasons for people to start perking their ears up and taking notice of what Mythos was doing, and specifically finding what Mythos was doing to be a little bit odd at this particular point in time. That's putting it very mildly. On top of that, this, especially the non-compete, that seemed to be, in a lot of people's eyes, way, way over the line in terms of trying to stop someone from just being a VTuber at all after leaving the company. Yet again, we have another instance of a talent freedom company giving the talents anything but freedom, even after leaving the company. Right? I think this must be one of the most poorly aged lines in all of the website. But in any case, sorry, give me a sec. And so, at this particular point in time, you had people starting to take notice of the fact that you had 3 disappearances, 2 graduations, one of them happening, 2 of the graduations happening within less than half a year of one another. So already, this was a little bit shifty. Add into that the whole non-compete thing, then yeah, that's a lot of people are starting to go, okay, what the fuck is Mythos doing? However, again, at this particular point in time, 2 departures happening that close to one another, a little concerning, but not all out panic yet, right? 1 is an anomaly, 2 is a coincidence, 3 is when something becomes a pattern. Zulia, it might be mixing up if she said some more of what those creative differences were between when she was Hermes or not. I believe it was a Hermes. I believe it was as Hermes. She did say a few of the reasons why management and her butted heads. Didn't like what she did. One of it was changing the lore to say that the goddess was like the hat and her community was the Badoob thing. I think the Badoob thing, because I remember, actually shout out to TVA for archiving the stuff in text form, if not in the form of video. But I think I remember seeing Scoots write a post about how in one of her later posts, in one of her later streams under her new identity as Code V, she did bring up how management didn't like the fact that she was bringing over the Badoop joke from her Corpo identity over to her indie one as well. So I think that may be, a mix-up between those two things. Talent freedom within the company only? Yeah. Perhaps not even that. So you had 2 graduations. Again, little concerning, but not outright a pattern yet. However, then 1 month later, or just over a month later, on July 16th, 2025, Trey Legacy would pop into the Mythos Discord in order to post the following announcement, saying, quote, as of July 16th, 2025, 11 a.m., Hephaestus has graduated from Mythos. Thank you, everyone, for always being around. Remember, this isn't goodbye, it's a see you later. Continue to wish her luck in school and in life. One thing you may notice across a lot of the Mythos girls, a lot of them are students. A lot of them are full-time students who are actively studying. Interesting trend to pick up on. However, in addition to this Discord announcement, yes, 6 months later, after the initial Discord post that Hephaestus had left in the Mythos Discord, it had been announced that she was not going to have a return stream, but she was just going to be dipping. And in response to the message on Discord, on the same day, Hephaestus herself would end up posting out a notice saying, quote, the god of the forge must go where new fires wait to be kindled. My time here has been a gift. The memories, the friendships we forged together will stay with me forever. It is not easy to step away, but I must turn my focus to the duties of my mortal life, my education, my growth, and the path that lies ahead beyond Olympus. Thank you for sharing this journey with me. Keep your forge burning bright, and may its glow guide you to the creations that await your touch. Yeah, college students to be specific, yeah. And then, in addition to this, Mythos on the official account would also end up posting a notice of their own saying, thank you for supporting Mythos. The talent behind Hephaestus Mythos will be departing in order to focus on her IRL obligations. She has faced serious IRL challenges in the past few months, and although we would have loved to keep working with her, we came to a mutual decision to part ways amicably. As per the talent's preference, there will not be a graduation stream. We wish her all the best in her future endeavors. And so, now we had, within the span of just 6 months, or just over 6 months, 3 talents graduating. One for an unspecified creative difference, and 2 for unspecified IRL circumstances. However, in spite of this sudden and chained set of departures, the next month, on August 17th, Mythos' official account would put out yet another very interesting announcement. Quote, the biggest news in the history of Mythos. We are excited to announce our first ever VTuber auditions for our brand new talent wave. We are looking for 3 female goddesses to form a new era changing mythological gen. Applications will be open in 14 days. Please follow this account for more info. Accompanied by the graphic, have what it takes to be a goddess? Auditions soon. Yeah, more meat for the meat grinder. See, here's the thing. As you can probably see, like any other post that announces auditions in the space, it got thousands of likes. However, generally speaking, if you have a company that is opening auditions after a number of its talents have announced that they are departing, and or a number of talents are about to announce that they're departing, chances are those auditions are probably not because the company has a new and improved strategy or a new improved way of supporting the people who join, but because the company is trying to get more fresh meat. Especially since this is only now do they open auditions. Now, again, bearing in mind what we observed about the inputs and outputs of the company earlier on in the stream and its internal mechanisms as a result, the question then arises, why did they switch away from hand-picking talents? Have the connections that the previous owners, or I suppose the owners of the company, are those connections now running dry? Why have auditions and why now? And in addition to that, you can also see that they've abandoned the idea of going with male talents because instead of saying that they want both men and women, they just specify women. So there's that. Overall, this was an announcement that was well received, but I would argue it did not inspire a lot of confidence for anyone who was keeping up with the company and its history up to date. And when I talk about, having auditions that are surrounded by graduations not usually being a good omen, well, part of it is because barely a week later, on August 28th, 2025, Mythos would announce yet another graduation, this time from its male gen. Mythos putting out an announcement on its official Twitter saying, "Important announcement from Mythos. Thank you for supporting Mythos. The talent behind Athena. Mythos will be pursuing a new overseas career opportunity and will make it impossible for him to continue activities as Athena. Working with the talent behind Athena has been a pleasure, and we wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Athena will host a special 12-hour stream on September 3rd, 10 a.m. EST. His graduation stream will take place September 5th, 2 p.m. EST. Oh, by the way, one thing I forgot to mention. Most of these graduation notices are accompanied by an official notice from the company itself. Such was not the case with Hermes, or such does not appear to have been the case with Hermes. If there was an official company statement, it seems to have been nuked at this point in time. But I went through the timeline of Mythos' corporate account and I couldn't find a corresponding Corpo statement to announce Hermes' departure. The only source for Hermes' departure seems to be Hermes' stream on its own. And after this announcement was posted by Mythos on their official Twitter, saying that Athena was going to be graduating, Athena would quote tweet it with a video announcement of his own.
Hey there. Either you've seen the announcement, or this popped up in your subscription feed, but it's no joke. I'll be heading off to adventures unknown, and sadly, this marks the end of our time as Athena and his bird brains. Being your god of wisdom has been an honor, and if I might quote a much smarter character than myself, though our time together was short, this has been an absolute joy.
There was never a Corpo statement for Hermes? Okay, thanks for clearing that up, Zuli.
We still have a little bit of time together. I'll be streaming on the Purple site up until September 5th, so, a little bit more time to make some memories. And, while I've made some wonderful friends in this space whom I adore very much, I want to focus this video on the Mythos community specifically, so without further ado, to the staff and management of Mythos, thank you for your kindness, your hospitality, and your guidance. Being in a company comes with its fair share of shenanigans, this is true, and in my time I have watched you all become better and better at navigating these challenges. I know that going forward this place is in great hands. So thank you again for always putting up with me. In particular, thank you to my manager, Bubby. I adore you. Thank you so much. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with you, and I wish you all the best on your continuing journeys within Mythos. Next.
The suffers? Yes, it is. That's why I brought up the point about people who report on you also then debuting under you. Because if you remember, one of the people to participate in that reaction compilation to Mythos' first trailer was Underhill. So, people promoting your company and then later on joining that company, despite being, NewsTuber-esque in terms of role, That's what I mean when I talk about, okay, it seems a little conflict of interest, right?
To my senpais, although I'm sure they're not going to like me calling them senpais. Thank you, girls, for looking out for us boys when we arrived. You were helpful and supportive when we really needed that guidance, and it is very much appreciated. From collabs on stream with the Mythos community to simply sitting in calls together, you all have been wonderful lights to be around, and I know you'll continue to shine that light wherever you go. I can't wait to see where things take you from here, and while my own time with Mythos might be ending, don't forget, I supported you guys before I was here, and I will continue to support you all after as well. Next up to my myth bros in Divinos. Well, boys, it looks as though this is where we part ways. And we never did get around to doing all the things we wanted to, but that is just kind of how life goes sometimes, unfortunately. Aphrodite, may your spark for life continue to illuminate every room that you happen to waltz into. Artemis, may your aim always be true, and trust that it will never steer you wrong. While our time together was short, each meeting was an absolute blast. Thank you both for the laughs. I wish you all so much luck in the future, and I know the two of you are absolute geniuses when it comes to what you do, and I trust you will continue to just be spectacular. I hope we can grab drinks at a con sometime. I'd love to hear how things are going with the two of you. And if you ever need me, just shout, and I'll come running. And lastly, to my wonderful BBs, what an adventure you and I have had, and I wish you so many more to come. And I'm really sorry that our time together was so short. But I ask that you continue to support Divinos, Mythos, and all those we've interacted with in our time together. I got to share with you my love for Tron, try out different hot sauces, and we even had a bunch of sleepovers together too. Thank you for letting me yap your ears off about anything and everything, for sticking through us through all the purple site shenanigans, and for being so patient with me as I tried to balance my duties in Mythos with my personal life. I hope that I was a source of comfort for you when you needed it. And if I made each of you laugh at least once, then I consider our time together a roaring success. Hoot hoot to you, BBs. End of line. Cheerily, Athena.
So overall, pretty amicable departure. Now, there was a brief allusion to some form of internal friction, some of the shenanigans, as he put it, going on the inside, but nothing that would explicitly point to there being some sort of severe internal problems. That implication came from the proximity between Mythos pivoting its strategy yet again by not only announcing, pivoting from December of last year at least, where not only were they announcing that they were going to try one male gen, but now they were announcing that they were going to depart from hand-picking talents to opening up auditions for the first time, amidst 3 talents graduating within less than 6 months of one another, which again, not a great omen. However, this was not the end of it, because just a few months and a little bit later, on October 2nd, yet another talent, this time another member of Divinos, would announce that they were going to be leaving the company as well, when Artemis would take to Twitter and say, quote, "There is a lot I'd like to say, and too many people I wish I could have spent time with. I will be talking a bit more about this on stream before trying to cram as much as I can in together before the end. The clarification regarding my throne has no relation to my graduation." Graduation announcement. I will be officially graduating on October 5th. My final streams will be October 3rd, 4th, and 5th at 2 p.m. each. I would love to spend as much time with you as I can during that time. There are many things I would have liked to do, countless people I wanted to reach out to, but I couldn't swallow the anxiety I couldn't swallow the anxiety, and more I wanted to create for everyone. But ultimately, I decided this is for the best. To my friends, my moondrops, and to everyone who has been supportive, thank you. A couple of projects will release post-graduation, as they will not be finished in time. Management also insists that I clarify that all Throne proceeds raised during my subathon went to my personal account directly. Mythos is not responsible for how any of these funds were ultimately spent. Now, that last part sticks out like a sore thumb, but I assume that at some point a concern had cropped up regarding how much talent freedom the talents are actually getting, and so management probably asked Artemis to clarify that final point. Again, very dissonant with the rest of the graduation announcement. If there was a clarification to be made, I probably would not have chosen the talent's own statement to be making that clarification in, but of course, to each their own. Now, again, as with all of the others, minus Hermes, Mythos would also post an official company statement regarding Artemis's graduation, stating, quote, "Thank you for supporting Mythos. The talent behind Artemis will be graduating from Mythos on October 5th. His final streams will be taking place on October 3rd, 4th, and 5th at 2 p.m. PT. October 5th will be the official graduation stream. Please note, all Throne proceeds raised during the talent subathon went directly to his personal accounts. Mythos will not be held responsible for how any of these funds are ultimately spent." So yeah. So now we were nearing the end of 2025, and we had just experienced a string of 5 graduations from the company, all in 1 year, and in the same year that they decided to finally cave and start hosting public auditions. Like I said before, not exactly a great combination of events. However, there was one final big yab left in the tank for Mythos at the end of 2025, when on December 15th, Mythos would announce the 2nd anniversary of their debut generation with the following post, quote, "Happy 2nd anniversary, Poseidon. Celebrate Poseidon's anniversary with her newest merch line with Murasaki Atelier. Deck out your TCG decks with her new deck box, sleeves, playmat, one-piece TCG Don cards, and acrylic stands. Order now." Now, you may be wondering, what's wrong with this post? After all, 2-year anniversary with the opening gen, they make a post about it, makes sense. And again, there's nothing wrong with the post itself. It's the surrounding context that makes the post a little bit of a glaring problem. Because, you see, during this particular part of 2025, the Mythos official account wasn't really very active. I believe the last post that the account made prior to this was one that was made in October of 2025. It might even be the Artemis or relating to Artemis's graduation, if I remember correctly. The next post that the account would end up making, this official account would not end up making another post on the timeline until January of 2026. So until 2 weeks had elapsed. Now, you may think that's a little bit weird, because, if you remember, Gen 1 Mythos had 3 talents, and only 1 had graduated, which means that of the 2 remaining, only one of them, Poseidon, ever received an official acknowledgement of their 2-year anniversary, complete with the announcement of merchandise. Now, if you only have 2 talents left over from your debut gen and you only announce one of them on your official account, it doesn't really matter how you word it. That's going to be perceived as a pretty big fuck up. And that's going to be seen as pretty fucked up. Because, well, at that point, it's a 50-50 between whether your company is just seen as being very incompetent and whether it's perceived as a deliberate dig at the talent whose anniversary was not also announced. And so, the very next day, or perhaps just a few hours later, this is one of the tweets where I'm not so certain based off of time zone, Hades would end up making a vague post bemoaning the fact that she had been excluded from the company's official acknowledgement of the 2-year anniversary of Mythos Gen 1, tweeting out, quote, "Heck, I'm going to say it. Hurts to watch your own agency not even acknowledge you for the 2-year anniversary. Thumbs up emoji." But it wasn't just this post, because she would also take to her separate, alt account, vent account, that was also linked to the Hades persona, called Viber or Hades Rambles. And she would also end up posting on the very same day, just hours apart, Quote, I feel like I have no one I can ask for advice about anything, and it makes me feel so trapped, like I have no choice but to just live as things are. Followed by the unbearable urge to lock myself in a room and just stop interacting with anybody IRL or online indefinitely. So for Hades, this was a pretty major hit, and who could blame her? This was a company she had stuck with for 2 years, and they had just apparently forgotten her anniversary. And as we all know, if you're in a committed relationship of any sort, you never forget the anniversary. So after this, you can probably guess that a lot of people looked at this and then went, yeah, no, she doesn't seem very long for this world, at least in terms of remaining with the company. And turns out that would be pretty much on the money. Because just over a month later, January 24th, Mythos would announce that yes, Hades would indeed also be graduating. Sorry, give me a second. What's a relationship? Look, I know at least some of you guys have had experience in that particular field. You don't need to pretend to be completely innocent to those matters. It's okay. It's okay. I make it a point of pride that none of you guys are beneath 18 years old, according to my analytics, so... Which particular... Okay. You think too highly of us. I'm sure some of you guys are. I'm sure some of you... I know that we have an engaged man amongst us, right? In the form of Jareen. But surely there's more than just that. Correct, I'm 81. Surely there's no way. We are unks. I should hope so. I would prefer unks to children any day of the week. You're correct, I'm 4.5 billion. I'm sure you are. My parole officer and I are chill. Okay. Now I think we're getting a little too liberal with the information we share about ourselves. What's funny is that my ex is the one who forgot about the anniversary all the time. See, you still have experience. It's just on the opposite end of the spectrum. But in any case, yeah. On January 24th, Mythos would put out the following announcement regarding Hades' graduation. Quote, Dear Mythos community, with deep gratitude and heavy heart, we announce that Hades has made the decision not to re-sign, very different from resign, and will be graduating from Mythos as the company enters a new chapter. Mythos fully respects and supports her decision in the choice that she has made, and wishes her nothing but the very best in all her future endeavors. By the way, the change at the company is something we'll get into in a second, so don't you worry about that. But to continue, Hades was one of the original talents who debuted in 2023 and has contributed something truly unique to Mythos. Her passion and creativity helped shape our community and created countless unforgettable moments. We are thankful for everything she has shared with us throughout her time at Mythos. Farewell streams will conclude by January 27th, 2026. Any merchandise under the Hades brand will no longer be available for purchase on the same date. We kindly ask for your understanding and support during this time, and for your continued encouragement of the remaining talents as we move forward together. Thank you, Hades. You will always remain an important part of Mythos' story. Let's make this final month unforgettable. Best regards, Mythos. And Hades herself would post her own announcement saying, Update. Hello everyone, my recent disappearance has definitely caused some confusion. Here is the reasoning as to why I have stepped away for a while. I hope you continue to support Mythos. I'll be holding my graduation stream January 27th at 1 p.m. ET. Quote, "Hello everyone, I'm writing to announce that I will be graduating from Mythos and as the VTuber Hades. My last stream as Hades will be on the 27th on Twitch. This was not an easy decision to make, and I want to say it wasn't made based on any faults with Mythos as a company or its management. I've known Trey for a long time, and I have a lot of faith in him, and I look forward to seeing how Mythos grows. To my breadsticks, I'm sorry I couldn't hang in there for you. This isn't goodbye forever, as I will exist somewhere else as a VTuber, so I hope you come find me. Please take care, everyone." This is my personal speculation, but I like to believe that Hades leveraged a little bit, that Hades managed to gain and use a little bit of additional leverage from the earlier anniversary fuck-up in order to persuade management, shall we say, to allow her to be a little bit more overt when it comes to signaling her audience that she's going to reincarnate and in what form. No evidence behind that assumption, just my personal rat speculation. However, that being said, that was her announcement regarding this particular thing. However, in addition to this, quoting this announcement would also be another account by the name of Code V, as I mentioned before, the reincarnation of Hermes. And the reason why I link those two identities together is because Hermes herself would end up linking those two explicitly on this account as well. Now, in response to Hades posting out her own graduation announcement, V would end up tweeting out, quote, "Hades was a wild child pain in the ass at times, and absolutely did some things that made me want to strangle her. She'd like it. But she always acted and said how she feels and tried her best, which makes her one hell of a genuine individual, which is in short supply in this world." So there was some allusion to some sort of interpersonal tension between the talents in this, which is a little eyebrow raising and something we will dig into a little bit later. But for the most part, this does seem to be overall an expression of, two talents that were one that had left the company, one that was in the process of leaving the company, expressing a little bit of solidarity amongst one another. And so, whole point is, though, at the end of January 2026, over the course of a single year, Mythos had gone through something of a quite significant fall-off in terms of its ability to maintain its talent roster. Between January of 2025 and January of 2026, Mythos had gone from having debuted 9 female talents, 3 male talents, to having lost a whole half of its roster. 2 members of its first gen, 2 members of its second gen, and 2 members of its third gen. The only quote-unquote gen that had remained entirely intact was the series of solo debutants between Gen 1 and Arcanum. So overall, it's pretty safe to say that the company had taken quite a beating. Whatever had gone wrong over the course of 2025 had gone really, really wrong. And so the question then becomes, well, what exactly was it? We can try to guess at what the internal mechanisms are based off of the inputs and the outputs, but again, those are just educated guesses. Educated guesses based off of data, sure. Based off of circumstantial evidence, sure. But still guesswork nonetheless. In order to gain a little bit more insight into what had actually been going on behind the scenes to alienate so many of Mythos' talent roster, to push them to the point where they had to go to making resort to doing public auditions instead of private headhunts. Well, we'd start to get some idea starting from the beginning of January 2026, specifically January 4th, when Mythos would put out from the company's official Twitter the following announcement. Quote, "An important update from Mythos. Dear Mythos community, First and foremost, we would love to thank you for your continued support towards each of the Mythos talents. Your support and encouragement has meant a great deal to all of us. We recognize that many within the community have noticed that Mythos has not been performing to the standard that we set for ourselves. We want to be transparent in acknowledging this. As a company, we have taken time to reflect, reassess, and make meaningful changes to ensure we do right by both our talents and our community. As part of this process, the company has been working through several internal matters regarding staff, talents, and the future direction of Mythos. With that in mind, we are proud to announce that Trey Legacy has officially acquired the Mythos brand and its intellectual property and will be stepping into the role of owner and CEO. This transition in ownership represents a deliberate step forward in improving internal operations, strengthening branding, and enhancing overall quality of life and support of our talents. With these changes, we strive toward a commitment to growth, accountability, and building a stronger future for Mythos and its talents. Thank you, Mythos. This was a move that, in my view at least, was unheard of. A manager had essentially stepped up, bought the company out from its previous CEO, and was now taking direct control over how it would be operating. Now, granted, the thing that the statement said about the previous internal issues within the company to do with operation, staff, and basically overall branding and direction were very much evident for all of the reasons that I stated earlier on the stream. In fact, all of the decline could be traced directly back, or at least the signs of the decline could easily be traced back to very visible traits of lack of direction and perhaps internal frictions. After all, you don't have 6 talents out of your 12 graduating within the same year of one another without there being some sort of problem going on internally. And as far as resets go, saying, yep, one of the only managers that had a public face now taking over complete control of the company, that's about as hard of a reset as a company can hit in this space. And with this, now Mythos was presented with a chance to not only own up to some of the problems that you could easily observe, albeit not concretely prove were going on within the company, but could actually bounce back from them as well, at least in terms of community goodwill. Sorry, give me a second. Shellsock, how much did he pay? How did he even pay? See, that's the thing, right? That's the thing that also confuses me about that part of the announcement. How the fuck did a VTuber manager manage to get together the amount of funds in order to buy an entire company out from under its previous CEO and owner? How much was the Mythos IP even worth at that point for that to be a transaction that was not only done, but even conceivable in the first place? Mysteries that we will likely never receive the answers to, by the way. But in any case, in addition to this official announcement that was posted on the company Twitter, Trey Legacy himself would also end up quote tweeting it with a little bit more information. Quote, "Hello Mythos community. Some of you might know me as the manager of the Mythos talents. In October, discussions began regarding the possibility of Mythos closing due to internal challenges. What that essentially means is, in October, the company almost shut down. During that time, several talents approached me to ask whether there was a way to help keep Mythos moving forward. After extensive talks with the former CEO, as well as with current and former talents, to express their support and confidence in me stepping into this role, I made the decision to acquire the Mythos brand and all associated talent intellectual property. I'm looking forward to being the CEO for such amazing and hardworking people. As Mythos is adjusting to these changes, I want to reassure the community that we remain committed to growth and creativity. We will be proceeding with the debut of a new wave of goddesses later this year from our recent auditions. Thank you sincerely to everyone who applied. Among the excitement of this new chapter, Mythos will also be hosting its very first concert featuring multiple talents, along with participating in and hosting various community and industry events. Thank you for your continued support as we build a stronger future for Mythos together. Trey Legacy, CEO of Mythos. By the way, the concert they were alluding to was a Valentine's concert that they would end up hosting February 14th in conjunction with Luminara, another startup Corpo that cropped up last year, I believe, and, funnily enough, VNU, a company that we have talked about on this stream before. So, given rather interesting choice of partners, the event did end up going through and it seems to have done pretty well. So that's what Trey was alluding to with the concert later on this year, I should say. Trey, from what I know, is a fairly successful streamer as well, but he also has an IRL job, so it's not unheard of that he might be able to get the money. Oh no, I know that he probably has money. What I'm questioning is how much Mythos was worth at that point. That's the part that I find to be very interesting. A little thing to think about. However, in addition to this, if it wasn't already clear enough that this was supposed to be intended to be a hard reset and hard pivot away from the previous stigma that was attached to Mythos' slow decline in the dark, we now have, in addition to this, we had the talents quote tweeting the announcement and expressing for the first time some very, very clear and very explicit optimism at the future of Mythos. For example, 3 posts by Apollo, 2 of which I have chosen to show here. One of them being, "Welcome, Trey. I originally was going to graduate as Apollo back in September. I was going to step away from good from the VTubing scene. The reason I would have stayed if there was going to be a change. Knowing it's him gives me relief. He was there for everyone. I'm glad to still be your sun goddess. I'm gonna have a better pay, actually get paid, get acknowledged for music, have my hobbies actually cared for, have communication, group events, so much to look forward to, yay." So again, beaming reviews from Apollo. And of course we have Aphrodite, the only remaining member of Divinos, now saying, "Hi Dad, shit, I mean Trey, cheers to 2026. But we would have 2 other talents that would go on to make formal dedicated sections of their stream set aside to explaining to their viewers how this came about and what to expect going forward. The first being from Clotho, who would end up coming back from a break on the same day in order to formally explain how this came about and, again, what our viewers could expect going forward. In a segment that starts from around 6, this starting from a stream titled "Let's Talk About the Future," goes on for around 37 minutes, starts from around 6 minutes and ends in about 13 minutes 38. Pull that up. Let me switch scenes as well. Oh, whoops. Okay, hold on, let me pull it up. There we go. Okay.
So, I guess let's get into it. As I don't know how many of you guys saw the news.
How is the volume for you guys? Because on my end, it seems to be alright. Ironic VNU mentions since they have a talent graduating soon. Yeah. Think it's fine? Good for me? Okay, excellent.
But on Twitter, we announced that we now have a new CEO. That's right, a new CEO. And things are changing here at Mythos. A lot, actually. I had a lot of things I planned to say, and now I'm sitting here, I'm like, what am I supposed to say again? What am I allowed to say what I'm not supposed to say? So yeah, so Mythos is changing. We have, you know what? I'm going to turn off the music for right now. There's no music. I feel like putting this music on as I'm trying to be serious is a little weird. Okay, we're going to have no music. But anyways, so things are changing. We have a new CEO, which is our one and only Trey Legacy. If you guys have been around Mythos for a little bit, you guys have probably heard of Trey. Trey was one of our, I almost said mods. He was not a mod. He was one of our managers. And Trey has stepped up to be our CEO. Now, I will say this. This is not a transfer in the way that you think it is. The way that this is working is that technically the company is a new company. This is a new company. We're still Mythos for now.
See, this was the part where once I heard it, I became very, very suspicious of whether Mythos was even registered in the first place. Or specifically, how it was registered in the first place. Because, like Clotho said, usually if you're just transferring ownership of a company, it doesn't become a completely new company unless you do a total rebrand, which it doesn't sound like Mythos is planning on doing. So, when she says it's going to be a completely new company, I assume in the legal sense, rather than just having a change of owner, I do wonder what that may or may not say about the way the company was originally set up.
But things will be changing both internally and probably externally as well too. And essentially, yeah, you're right. Trey was a mod at some point, and then he became a manager. You are correct. But basically, Trey has bought all of our IPs, and he says it in the letter that he bought the branding and the IPs, which means that the company that you are going to see is not the same company as the old company, as in the LLC that we're going to have is different than the last one. So essentially, Trey created a new company, bought the branding, and bought the IPs. We got adopted. We're getting adopted. That's what's happening. That's how it's happening.
What I am also curious about is whether Mythos will publicly disclose what their LLC is, now that they actually have, you know, a CEO that everyone can identify and point to, and also the fact that they are about to turn a new leaf, so to speak. Also, on top of that, the fact that they are auditioning talents rather than just hand-picking people who presumably the executive body already knows personally, right? Because when you're bringing in strangers, you probably need to be able to allow them to vet your company to that degree, to just have the bare minimum amount of information going into a negotiation, which is, you know, is your company actually formally registered somewhere, and who is the head of your company?
Happening. Probably for the better. This is for the better, I will say. Right? Because that's the general of what is happening. But I will also talk about, I guess, my own experience with Mythos / you know, things that happened last year. Of course, there's things I can't say, as always, NDAs and all of that, you know that and all that business talk. But I will say that last year was really, really rough. It was a really rough year. Probably one of the roughest years of my life. And last year,
this is going to become a recurring theme across multiple talent accounts of what 2025 was like.
I almost graduated. And it's around like September, I think. So I had thoughts of graduation prior to that, but it wasn't until I vocally said to our last CEO that I wanted to graduate in September. And
if you remember, the tweet that Apollo made initially in response to the announcement that was posted on the Mythos Twitter also stated that it was around September that she was considering graduation. What this implies, at least to me, is that multiple talents were either they talked to one another or they independently, you know, things were fucking up around the same time that convinced multiple talents at the same time, yeah, it's probably time to consider leaving. Right? The fact that both Apollo and Clotho were solo debutants is not lost on me.
I was set on a path to graduation. And then Trey had come to me privately, obviously, and we had a talk. And he talked about, he's like, hey, I'm going to be buying the IPs. And I would really love for you to come along to this new company. And I had a thought, I had a lot of thoughts about it. Obviously, it took me a few days of thinking. And I obviously said yes. I'm still here. Obviously, I said yes. So, as you probably were wondering why I haven't really been streaming for the last couple of months, it was due to that. Because I thought the transfer and what we knew was going to happen a lot quicker than it actually did. And so that's why I ended up debuting the new model and everything. And then like the transfer took a little longer because of a lot of legal issues and stuff. There's a lot of legality stuff, right? And so I was basically stuck in limbo of kind of waiting to move on to now, right? And I will say, my PC dying was not a lie. I did not lie about that. It did die. It sucked. It really sucked. I'll tell you the story about that actually afterwards. I was about to go into a long rant, but I'm not going to do that. But Trey has always been the backbone of Mythos. The reason I decided to stay is because of Trey. It is 100% because of Trey. Because I highly respect Trey and I believe in what he is doing. I believe in him.
Because of how many different talents are saying the same thing, which is Trey seems to be, from accounts, the only member of staff that was, actively trying to put out fires around the company, checking in with talents individually, trying to get, gauge how they were feeling and what could possibly be done to salvage the company that they all shared. It does seem to be, the confidence that they have put in Trey now that he has taken over the company does seem to have very established foundations, at least amongst themselves. And for that reason, the optimism surrounding Mythos's pivot, while it is not usual that what they have done as a company is certainly not usual, I think it's not completely unreasonable that some people, especially Mythos's fans, are optimistic when this is the kind of account that the talents are giving of the new CEO. Right? This is someone from management actually taking over who has business experience, presumably has a better grasp of the principles of branding, not just marketing, and who also has a large amount of experience operating in this space. That's probably the best chance you have at being led in this industry. Now, there is also a chance that what I just said could age very, very poorly over the next year or so, but well, if the talents are optimistic, who am I to say otherwise?
The whole reason that anything ever got done...
Yeah, there's like parallels being drawn between like Urara or Mumi, respectively, for example. But yeah, no, you have, in most of these small corpos, even if they are dysfunctional, you usually have at least one staff member that kind of become, not to play too much off of Mythos's premise, they kind of become the atlas of their company and bear the weight of the entire thing continuing to run on their shoulders. And it does sound like, for Mythos at least, Trey was their atlas. And now that he's actually taken control of the company officially, a lot of the talents seem to be very happy, especially the ones that are staying.
In Mythos was because of Trey. Trey
thinking Achan? Yeah, that works too.
Was the one who...
Though I will say that in the case of HoloLive, over time, they've managed to branch out in terms of their protocols and stuff and, training and stuff. The point where now I don't think they have a central management figure that everything would hinge upon to the same degree as Trey is to Mythos or Mumi was to Early Phase or Urara was to Sundaria. So in that regard, it's a little different. But I think I see where the comparison comes from.
Anything done. Whether it was meet and greets, collabs, getting us into things like doing different merch stuff, it has always been Trey. Trey, without Trey, Mythos would have died a long time ago. The company would have fell apart a long time ago without Trey. And so that's why I'm very excited about this new beginning, because this is not just a new beginning for me, it's a new beginning for all of the talents. We are very excited. And I'm not going to speak on the experiences of other talents. They can tell you whether or not, like, what they felt, right? I'm not going to say the others, but I will say that a lot of us were not feeling great about the future back then. And with Trey stepping up and being the CEO, and being, stepping up, making a new company and becoming our CEO really makes me excited for the future. It makes me excited for the things that we're working on, that we have planned. It's just, everything halted a little bit. Yes, Trey was our glue. He was our glue. He was the thing that kept us together. And I'm just, like I said, I'm just excited for things. And I did not stream for a while just because of the PC problems, because I genuinely was having PC problems.
And then she continues to go on. She starts segueing into the PC issues that she was having beforehand. But again, the gist of this was basically that the company is going to become an entirely new one, apparently, since Trey is taking over. Not just not just a transfer of ownership, but apparently an entire legal redo as an entity. But on top of that, that she is actually very excited as a talent for the future of the company, and she gives her own personal testimony as to why she has that much confidence in Trey. And the same thing is corroborated and echoed by the second talent who also set aside a portion of their stream on the same day to talk about this, which was Poseidon, in this stream titled Anniversary Subathon Day 10, addressing some stuff, plus reacting, plus Poke... That looks like Portugal on my screen, but I know that's not what it says. Poke something short stream today. And the segment starts from around 8 minutes 24 seconds and goes until around 17 minutes 9 seconds. Let me pull this up. Okay, hold on. How does the screen fit? Do I... Okay, yeah, it does fit. Okay. Funless, thank you for being a Footstool for 19 months. Holy. Ayo, here for a bit to take a break from Resident Evil 9. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you enjoy the break. It's certainly a very different visual to Resident Evil 9 on screen.
We have to talk about some important stuff today. I would have hoped some of you have at least watched Clotho's stream yesterday. Because yesterday, there was a big announcement that had come out with Mythos, and that Trey Legacy has now acquired the Mythos branding and IP, and will be taking on the role as a CEO and owner of the company. And I think that's a big shock to everybody. I've known now for a few months. I've been
By the way, if the speed is a little wonky, let me know and I'll turn it down.
holding on to this information for quite some time. So, I think there was a lot of confusion as to what was going on. So, as it was addressed in the company post, there was a time this past year that Mythos was looking to shut its doors due to some internal issues, which included miscommunications and mismanagement and all the sorts. And this was also around the time where I was really considering leaving.
By the way, I want to remind everyone, Mythos opened auditions in August of 2025. All of the talents cited that they started thinking and or verbalizing about quitting in September of 2025, and multiple talents have said that the hard limit for when they would have pulled the plug would have been around October of 2025 if Trey hadn't stepped in. So this could have very easily been another sort of, people auditioning for the company and then being left high and dry, because this basically confirms that the audition thing was a last-ditch desperate attempt at putting more meat into the grinder rather than anything else. Now, hopefully it's panned out to be quite different from that since Trey took over, since he said that they will be debuting talents from that last round of auditions. Hopefully those talents actually have an idea of what they're working with, what they're walking into. They have access to basic information like company registration details and affirmation that it is a real company that is registered somewhere in the US. But at the same time, again, this retroactively recontextualizes the rationale behind Mythos choosing to announce auditions at that point in the year.
I don't want to speak on any other talent experiences because I believe a few have already spoken, but I do want to kind of touch lightly on mine. A big part of why I had decided to join an agency was because I love being part of a group. I'm a very busy person IRL. I have a lot, and I talk about this all the time. If you're a regular on my stream, you already know. I'm very, very busy in my personal life. I'm a full-time student, and I also travel a lot for TCG, and a lot of my time is spent judging tournaments and organizing them. And a big pro for joining an agency was having the additional support and the additional help so I don't have to worry about all the back end, and my only worry is to be able to stream and be a talent. And unfortunately, I did not get that support. I ended up having to do pretty much everything on my own, and there came a point where I was getting really tired of it. So when all of that was going on, I was really heavily considering graduating. However, I was one of the a few people that had gone to Trey and was like, listen, I don't know what to do. I love the community I have fostered, and I love being Poseidon, and I don't know if there's a way for this to be salvaged, because there's so many talented people in Mythos that don't deserve this. There's people who love being the talent, and there were some talks of considering buying the branding. And it was going back and forth for a long time. It was a really, really long process, because I'm pretty sure most people know it's a lot of legal stuff going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And eventually did get bought out. And I have a lot of hope for this year. Because truthfully, and I'm going to reiterate what Clotho was saying on her stream as well, the only reason why Mythos honestly lasted as long as it did is because of Trey. Trey is what kept us all together. There were so many hard moments, so many hard times, so many lows that each of us had, and Trey was the person to get us out of it. A lot of the reason why stuff was getting done was
The whole parallels between, Trey and some of the other legendary managers of past small corpo history. I'm going to indulge in a little bit of stereotypical FaZe fan behavior here. I know that a lot of people, especially those who watch me, may not be fans of, the way that Mythos branded themselves, especially early on, or the company in terms of what it does specifically. I'm assuming they're not going to keep making reaction content going forward, or at least not all of the talents are going to do that. But I really do hope that Mythos is able to get over this hurdle and actually grow as a company to the point of hopefully getting to the same spot that FaZe is at right now. Because when it comes to companies in this space that have a combination of a relatively unchallenged niche, as I think Mythos actually does on Twitch, because there aren't a lot of corpos that are specialized to stream on Twitch now that Vishojo's dead, right? So Mythos does have a potential niche there. But there's not a lot of small companies that have a combination of a particular, of a potentially unfilled niche that they could fill, and a CEO that seems both competent and trusted by the talents to pull the entire company through times of hardship. As it does seem like Trey has the trust of the talents going forward in Mythos here. I really, really want more companies to grow to the same size that FaZe is, rather selfishly, because I want FaZe to have competition. I don't want FaZe to get lax because it's the only company that's of its size, since everyone else insisted on killing themselves. So, in spite of the fact that Mythos is not really my taste, and it's not really the kind of thing that I would check out for the most part, I'm not going to pretend to be a fan, right? And in case it's not already abundantly clear, I don't speak for Mythos fans either. It's just me making observations on my own. But in spite of all of that, I do hope that Mythos is able to grow past whatever's going on, or whatever went on last year with the company and the fact that it almost collapsed. Because, let's be honest, I think this space could do with more companies that aren't shit shows. I could barely stay because the voices make me want to run. Again, not everyone's taste, I understand it. But again, I personally want this company to succeed. Not because, not because I'm a fan of the company or any of the talents, but just out of principle. But to go on.
Because of Trey. He was the reason why we got to go to conventions, got to go to meet and greets. He was the one that organized the entire Anime Weekend Atlanta thing. And if it wasn't for Trey, Mythos probably would have died like a long, long time ago. So, yeah. I am really, really excited for 2026 because sorry, I'm talking slow because I'm trying to formulate my thoughts as well in my head. I was gonna make a list of things I was gonna talk about, and I was wrestling with my internet like for 30 minutes before stream, so I didn't get to do that. I didn't get to do that, so I apologize. What was I gonna say? I have a lot of hope going into 2026 with Trey now being our owner and CEO. He has a lot of plans. We have a lot of plans. He has a lot of plans, a lot of stuff we want to do, and we are going to make happen. And I feel like now that we are under new management, new branding potentially, and all the sorts. I feel like a lot of us talents also have rekindled because, to be entirely truthful, a lot of us at Mythos we kind of like, you know, we talked, but we didn't really talk that much. A lot of us kind of did our own thing, and I feel like we're all reunited again. We're all rekindling, and we are all bonding with one another. And I'm really, really excited to be able to start this new chapter and move forward, I suppose. Yeah. I had another thing.
So remember that when Hermes when Hermes quote tweeted the announcement that Hades was going to be graduating. So actually, this stream where Poseidon's talking about this is happening 20 days before that quote tweet. But 20 days after this, Hermes would allude to the idea that there was some sort of interpersonal tension between the towns at some point in the past. This seems to lend credence to that idea, in the sense that it seemed like the talents weren't really on the same page with one another. They probably maybe weren't talking to one another. But now that the company has been given a new, second chance, basically, that rift seems to be in the process of mending.
I wanted to say it as well, and I keep forgetting. There were some questions as well. I saw people asking about new talents. So there are plans to debut new talents this year, and I'm really, really excited for that. I've been kind of helping a little bit behind the scenes with that. So I hope you guys can continue supporting not just me, but also just the entirety of Mythos. The new girls are really, really excited to be able to meet you guys, and I hope you guys are excited to meet them, and hopefully you guys can wait patiently as they are continuing to set up for all of that. There's a bright future ahead for all of us, and yeah. I kind of want to leave with this on a really positive note because I feel like the internet right now is being super duper negative, and honestly, I can't even blame them. Lark, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. My first tier 1 sub of the year. Whoa. But I think this is a very positive change. As somebody,
But you are reacting to a topic, okay, analyzing, which is a form of reacting, and vice versa. I think most people will know what I mean when I say the difference between analyzing reacting, right, and react slop, right? Thing is, what I do here, I'm not going to try to be pretentious and elevated. It's still reacting, right? By definition, that is what I'm doing. But when I show clips here, the purpose is to contextualize arguments that I am making about a subject matter. Usually, when people upload videos onto YouTube of them reacting to something, that's not the case most of the time. But you are right in that what I'm doing is still reacting.
who has been a part of Mythos since day one. I have kind of seen everything since the beginning, and I have a lot of hope, and I have a lot of confidence, and I hope everybody.
Actually, now that you did say that, it is quite convenient because now I get to shill one of the streams that I have coming up, which is me making a tier list of reaction VTubers based off of an objective criteria where we will try to assess how good, quote unquote, a reaction is based off of how transformative it is. Do they actually contribute some form of commentary that builds off of the initial premise of the video they are watching in their video? But yeah, if that sounds like something you're interested in, the waiting room's already up. So I don't know, or is there like a bell function for individual streams? Whatever. So feel free to check those out.
But you can kind of feel the same. And we're gonna be cooking this year. So yeah. I don't really know what else to say other than that. But overall, I think this is going to be a positive change, and all the talents at Mythos are very, very excited. I think everybody is 100% on board with this major change and all the sorts. So,
so yet another glowing review of Trey's prior conduct as a manager and optimism at his, well, his intended conduct as a CEO. And to be fair, when it comes to the initial announcement on the Mythos Twitter that said, that mentioned turning over a new leaf, doing basically trying to redeem themselves as a company for some of the failings of the past, they would start to get cracking on that almost immediately, because the next day after the announcement was posted saying that Trey had now taken over as the head of Mythos, January 5th, they would then post out an official statement, a follow-up official statement on the official Twitter account, saying, quote, addressing some concerns and speculations. Funless, thank you for the 5. Spoilers for Armchair. I wouldn't rank myself in S. I do not possess sufficient levels of self-glazing for that. Don't you worry. But in any case. Billy, thank you for the 5. Can't wait for when I finally... Okay. Down, Billy, down. But in any case. So the statement reads, quote, Dear Hades and Mythos community, with this post I would like to approach you formally, but also personally. I would like to approach you formally, but also personally, apologize, that should say to apologize, what occurred during Hades' 2-year anniversary, both as a representative of Mythos and previously Hades' manager. I deeply regret the oversight and the disappointment it caused. At the time, Mythos was in the midst of significant internal change, including me taking ownership of the company. During this period, internal communication between management and talents was disrupted, which led to the failure to properly acknowledge and celebrate Hades' anniversary. While the circumstances provide context, they do not excuse the mistake. The lack of visible support shown during such an important milestone should not have happened. For that, I offer my sincere apology and regret for the hurt this has caused to Hades, and to those who have supported her. As Mythos moves forward, we are taking concrete steps to ensure this does not happen again. Under the current restructuring, the company is developing an updated code of ethics alongside clearer and stricter internal guidelines. These measures are being implemented to better protect talent comfort, strengthen communication, and foster an environment rooted in respect, support, and care. It is my personal commitment and responsibility as CEO to ensure that Mythos learns from the incident as I have and grows stronger because of it. Thank you for taking the time to read this and for your patience and trust as we work to do better. Thank you wholeheartedly. Trey Legacy, CEO of Mythos. Overall, a very solid apology. It identifies the injured party, it apologizes to them directly, it admits to the specific faults that happened, while also not making excuses, and at the same time, it expresses a concrete commitment to changing something, to reform, essentially, to prevent the same thing from happening again. Now, I want to make this very clear. Thankfully, this doesn't fall into the trap of virtue signaling by going, and here's what all of our internal guidelines look like, so you know that we really mean it when we're going to... No. Thankfully, it just says, yeah, we're going to be changing up, we're going to be making internal guidelines, updating code of ethics, etc. They don't need to share those with the public, it's not necessary. All that needs to happen is some sort of assurance that that's going to actually, be made internally and implemented internally. But, yeah, again, this does seem to bode well for the future of Mythos. So when it comes to the management woes to do with the company, one of the things that was pretty immediately affirmed right out of the gate after the transfer took place on January 4th and the ensuing days was that Trey's act of taking over as CEO does seem to have reversed the issues that the previous management system, previous executive body at Mythos had essentially imposed upon the company with their incompetence. That being said, though, the question of what exactly that incompetence entailed, or what exactly some of the internal pressures that were affecting the talent at the company entailed, is still very much up in the air. And we wouldn't start getting many clues as to what that is until a little bit later. On the same day as Trey posted that follow-up tweet on the official Mythos channel, Hermes, or V, would end up quote tweeting the original update from Mythos, giving some of her experience as a former talent under Mythos, saying, quote, "So, my feeling on this, short and sweet. As an ex-talent of this place, my experience was nothing short of hellish to the extreme. Grueling, even. Business is extremely hard, and this place has problems beyond the ex-CEO. But if there is an opportunity for change, it begins now. I hope for the best." Now that line, "this place has problems beyond the ex-CEO," this could allude to a number of things. It could allude to non-human factors, such as things like, for example, finance or basic corporate structure, or it could allude to things like interpersonal conflict between the talents. And this is where you have a little bit of a rat that has emerged surrounding the information that has come out about the company, and it all centers around one specific talent that was about to depart by the name of Hilo. Now, this post, in case it's not immediately obvious, Hilo is the indie version of Hades, right? And on January 30th, after, about a week after Hades graduated, Hilo would end up making the following Twitter post saying, quote, "For the last time, just to be super blunt, for anyone still not getting it, yes, I was a very recently graduated corporate VTuber who ruled the underworld and was purple. Now you can follow me here to continue my journey with me. Holy fuck, VTuber fans must be retarded if they don't get what Hilo's hinting at even after this post. This has about as much subtlety as a sledgehammer to the face. But in case that isn't enough, because I understand, yeah, it's still playing a little coy, maybe it's a little presumptuous. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it, but someone might say it's a little presumptuous if you look at this and you instantly think, okay, so it must be alright to explicitly link the two. Never fear, because 3 days later, on February 2nd, 2026, when Hilo would have her return stream on YouTube titled Comeback Debut Stream, at 47 minutes 23 seconds, when she starts talking about her history in the VTubing industry, she would explicitly go on to say that she was Hades. Quote, "When I first started VTubing, I was probably indie for maybe 4 months before I was picked up by my first VTuber agency, and Hilo was born. This VTuber agency, by the way, for those who aren't familiar with Hilo's history, was CyberLive, one of the earliest Ian VTubing agencies to emerge in this space. I was with them for like a year, and then I ended up leaving because of internal issues with management. And then I was probably indie again for another like 6 months, and that's it. And then I joined another company, and I was in there for 2 years. So I'm kind of excited to like actually be indie for a while, because I haven't really gotten to do that. But if you guys ever want corporate questions answered, sorry, this should say corporate, not corporal. Corpo. But if you guys ever want Corpo questions answered, I got you. If anybody is ever considering going corporate and they want like opinions on things, I got you. I like Hilo just as much as I liked Hades. Hades? Who is that? I can talk about it. I like beating around the bush. Like it's the culture, isn't it? So yeah, pretty much cut and dry, right in your eyes, she's Hades, Hilo was Hades, etc., etc. It doesn't get more explicit than this. And the reason why I make the connections between these two accounts very clear to one another is because of what would end up happening around the same time as Hades left, and how it would be recontextualized by some of the things that Hilo would end up saying under the Hilo identity when it comes to the dynamic between her and some of the other girls at some point during Mythos' history. So, as I said, January 24th, the date that Hades was announced to be graduating, Hermes V would end up saying that Hades was a wild child pain in the ass and absolutely did some things that made me want to strangle her. Which, again, it alludes to the idea that there was some sort of internal tension between individual talents. Coincidentally, on the same day, Ares would also end up making the following tweet that didn't seem to be in connection with anything in particular, saying, quote, "Something I've learned over the years is that protecting your peace is so important. You're allowed to have boundaries and stand up for yourself, and distancing yourself from those who aren't healthy in your life doesn't make you a bad person. You only have one life. Surround yourself with good things, look after yourself, and treat yourself with kindness." Now, this isn't connected with the next thing that was posted on the same day, but it is something that people took into account, or it is something that people factored in when interpreting the next thing, which was a post that was made on r/VTuber drama that was titled Hilo, aka Hades, speaking out about Walmart 1 week ago. And this was basically a long paragraph ranting about, well, ranting is maybe a little emotive of a word, but to be honest, considering its length, that's kind of what it is. A paragraph rant that was analogously using Walmart, apparently presenting some sort of interaction or some sort of conflict that was happening behind the scenes at one of the corpos that she was working at. Now, at the time that people saw this, right, it was pretty much stripped of context, right? It's just a Discord screenshot of a very long message. And so, a lot of people looked at this and they went, oh, okay. They either went, oh, this is her talking about Mythos, or they went, oh, this must be her talking about CyberLife, because those are the two companies that Hilo had previously been affiliated with when she was doing her Corpo stints. However, thing is with this screenshot, a lot of people try to say, oh, no, it's not Mythos, because she must be talking about CyberLife, or because, oh, you know, with Walmart, it could be any Corpo experience when there's only one other one. However, like I said before, this was a screenshot from a Discord, but the thing is, it wasn't Hilo's own Discord even. This was a public Discord that she posted this in. Specifically, this was in False's Discord, the Things VTubers Save Discord, under a thread called Mythos under new ownership. And if you go there, you can actually see the context of what she was trying to say and what she was commenting on. And the context behind the entire rant goes as follows. In the opening, she has this entire, this long paragraph. Hold on, let me move it down. Saying, quote, and this is going to take a while to read. Sorry, hold on, give me a second. Let me just, I need to lube up before I try to tackle this entire thing. I meant drink water, you perverts. But in any case, she says, quote, on the so this was 12th of January, so about just under 2 weeks before she would go on to graduate, or before her graduation would be formally announced. Quote, by the way, since all Discord servers are public, but this one, the choice to post this here bewilders me, specifically because of how public it is. But in any case, quote, in a Walmart, there was an employee who had a stricter bedtime and couldn't work the night shift with other employees because of it. This led to other employees feeling like that employee hated them, but they never reached out to say that. Meanwhile, employee 1 had issues with Walmart's CEO, but worked them out and was on good terms and very communicative with the Walmart CEO. Other employees also had issues with the Walmart CEO, but instead of talking it out, they vented to Walmart mods and assumed that Employee 1 was getting favoritism. Employee 1 got a 2.0 first because they used a model slot they paid for in full for $3,000 out of their own pocket from before they joined Walmart. That the Walmart and the artist agreed could be used for new Walmart model. I lost my place in this wall of text. Employee 1 did not use Walmart money for that model, except rigging, by which she means she didn't use the Corpo's money, she used her own. Except rigging. Oh, sorry. The Corpo's money went towards rigging, but she paid for the rest of the model out of her own pocket. Other employees must have assumed things without asking, despite Employee 1 saying what had happened. Other incident is a different Walmart employee had a subathon and got sick in the middle. They wanted to resume their subathon one day before Employee 1's subathon that was planned before each employee even debuted. Sorry, before other employee even debuted. I don't blame you guys if you start to have a bit of a stroke trying to keep up with the analogy. I'm getting flashbacks to when Lilo from Globy, or Sealy from Globy, tried to do an Animal Farm analogy to describe her interactions with an executive of Brave Group. But in any case, other employees must have assumed things without asking, despite Employee 1 saying what had happened. Other incident is a different Walmart employee had a subathon and got sick in the middle. They wanted to resume their subathon one day before Employee 1's subathon that was planned before other employee even debuted. Employee 1 expressed discomfort about it, and Walmart management made other employee wait, and after that, three of the Walmart employees decided to vent to the Walmart mods, saying awful stuff, not just about Walmart and how they want to destroy Walmart, but also about Employee 1, even doxing their personal life to said mods. The mods created a hate server to target Walmart and Employee 1. At this point, Employee 1 was being completely ignored in public spaces, and from their perspective, thought things were good, because 3 times prior they had explained to the other employees that they didn't hate them, and said employees acted like everything was okay to Employee 1's face. But Employee 1 didn't want to blindly believe that the hate server existed, and so tried to talk to two other 3 employees. First to pretend that things were fine again. Third employee then accused Employee 1 of love bombing by interacting and promoting their tweets and merch and streams. And when Employee 1 asked about the server and apologized for the actually valid things Employee 3 brought up, was then accused of invalidating Employee 3's feelings by bringing up the server. Walmart has mods? Again, at this point, I do have to ask, what is the point of sharing this rant in this server? Like, it's pretty conspicuous, no? And this isn't the first time that you've had talents essentially doing what can very easily be called agenda setting in Falsa server. The first time that happened, we talked about back in January of 2025 with the whole Bond Live situation. And this is, you know, 1 is an anomaly, 2 is a coincidence, 3 you have a pattern, and I would argue that at this point, it's a pattern that doesn't really seem to bode well for either the community that may or may not be getting weaponized, or the person that is spilling their guts on a server where, again, the whole point of the server is basically monitoring potential controversies in the industry. And this is, you know, out of all the places you can vent, this is perhaps one of the more charged ones you could do so, to put it very mildly. I don't know if this is agenda setting, but it's kind of catty. I would call it agenda setting. Some people may disagree, but I mean, you go into a NewsTuber server where all of their community is, and you start basically playing coy around an anecdote without other people having a right to reply. I think it's pretty clear, right? I think it's pretty clear what's going on here. Like, we can try to play ignorant, but that's a little more charity than I think this deserves, to be completely honest. Also, some people, again, if all they had to go off of was this wall of text, I can understand why some people may go, oh, it's taken out of context. How do you know she's talking about Mythos? But again, the context is found throughout the rest of this conversation in the thread. But to go on, Love bombing, bring up the server. Immediately afterwards, Employee 1 was told that the hate server knew Employee 1 knew about it and they were trying to delete and make a new one. And that confirmed to Employee 1 that at least one other employee knew about it and it was real. Admittedly, Employee 1 was childish and left the group chat out of anger and not wanting to pursue it further. Afterwards, Employee 1 wanted and had nothing to do with the 3 employees, but working at a Walmart where half the employees talk bad about you and wish for you to basically fail at everything sucks and is awful. Employee 1 still hopes those employees find happiness, but doesn't want to be forced to be tied to employees who can't talk things out, and probably had such an issue with Employee 1 because they believed every rumor, every echo chamber, but I promise you that any issue they could bring up about Employee 1 is something that could have either been talked out or something they heard from someone else that they never bothered confirming before letting it eat away at how they viewed Employee 1. So in case it's not immediately obvious, that was basically interpersonal drama / conflict between the talents at some corpo, presumably with Hilo herself being Employee 1. Now, in response to this, a user by the name of Millie says, sounds like a tough time to be a Walmart employee. And Mike Free 928, same person, by the way, who clipped the Hermes graduation stream that I referenced earlier, says, that's unfortunate to hear. I do enjoy all the employees at Walmart. This, by the way, is part of the reason why I think that this is agenda setting and why I don't like this kind of thing where, you know, a talent goes in under their PL account to a newstuber community and then starts spilling tea about their current place of employment while playing coy the entire time. It's going to change people's perception. And really, the effect is the goal, right? I'm not going to judge something by the intention when the effect is this obvious and this immediate. Because, you know, when someone says, that's unfortunate to hear, I really enjoyed all the employees at Walmart, basically what they're saying is, I enjoy all of the talents at the company that is being alluded to. Now, after hearing that, I don't know if it's still going to be the same, right? So it's very obviously going to affect perception, whether intended or not. I'm inclined to view it as intended, but then and again, I am more cynical than the average person in this industry, perhaps. Now, in response to this, Hilo then says, I think all the employees at Walmart are good people. I just also think that it's possible for good people to have bad interactions. People are different and aren't guaranteed to mesh well. And in response to this, Mike replies, I thought that Walmart, under new leadership, would be able to retain all its employees with a change, but signs are pointing to that not being the case. I'm wishing all the employees well. I'll still visit Walmart, but I do hope to see some of my favorite people that worked there around anywhere. So, this is some workplace politics bullshit? Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And then Hilo says, I think the other employees' perspectives matter since most interactions were based on third-party info. And so, I don't think any employee perspective is inherently wrong. And yet you chose to come to a place where, reasonably speaking, none of the other quote-unquote employees would want to enter, at least not under their corporate identities, in order to try and set the record straight, and you refer to this entire thing through illusion. Like, I have a hard time taking you seriously when you say that I think other employees' perspectives matter, when this is the preceding context to you saying that. I'm not going to lie. Again, it sucks what happened to Hades when it comes to, you know, the company seemingly, well, potentially purposefully choosing to gloss over her second anniversary. But this is not exactly the actions of a saint either. I think if other employees are talking about it, which employee actually had no idea, I assume she means employee 1, or other employees actually had no idea until opening this out of curiosity tonight, then employee 1 deserves to share their perspective as well. Again, what do you mean as well? I don't see any other previous instance where someone is sharing their perspective on this, you know, this issue in False's Discord. But then to go on, Mike then replies saying, this thread about Walmart has been open since March 13th of 2025, as we have been seeing signs of trouble from at least then and documented them the whole time. Yeah. Another user by the name of All My Falter comes in saying, the board acknowledges employees' testimony as very insightful and clarifying. Thanks for that. Part of me does worry that, you know, you have someone coming in and saying that and people instantly go, oh yes, that's clarifying. They don't perceive it as one account amongst others, or potentially one account that could be contested by others. It's just viewed as clarification because it's coming from a talent. Again, that's a problem, because that makes it very easy for talents to come in and agenda set based off of whatever their own personal grievances happen to be. Right? People don't mesh well personally, can't work together in a professional setting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, to go on, I think Walmart would have been 100% fine with communication. Too many employees decided to shut down when having issues, and so Walmart and employees were rarely on the same page. And then Mike Free, this kind of matches up, by the way, with what the other talents have said since about some of the talents not talking to one another towards the tail end of 2025, and how only recently they'd begun to, in Poseidon's words, rekindle those connections. Then Mike replies saying, "It did seem odd how half the employees didn't appear to show up to work with no prior notice, some we never saw again." This, again, very clearly refers to Mythos, because Mythos would go long stretches of time, weeks if not months, with big chunks of the talent roster just not streaming, even if there wasn't some sort of official announcement to explain why from the company itself. Then Hylo would say, "Currently employee 1 is leaving, but can't say much more on that matter." And this is the message that confirms beyond shadow of a doubt that she is indeed talking about Mythos, not CyberLive. And then Mike says, "I think that facts seem very apparent to those of us in here paying attention. It is what it is, though." Sorry, give me a second. So you have this entire long testimony basically outlining what seems to be a pretty heated interpersonal conflict between the talents at Mythos being essentially disclosed in False's Discord. And then to go on, some other people do some of the other people in this particular thread did get a little confused as to what exactly Hylo was tweeting about, because there were some things that she ended up tweeting on her Hylo account that could be interpreted to refer to either some of the people she knew prior to joining Mythos, as well as some, or whether she was referring to Mythos itself, right? So then Hylo says, employee 1 also apologizes for being a Doom poster all year. XD, it's been rough in the mental games. And with this, she basically confirms the second part of the account, which is that she is employee 1 in that analogy. To this, Mike says, "It do be like that. 2025 was a rough year for customers and employees in general." And then Hylo posts a variation of the man meme. "Employee 1 can elaborate much more once officially gone, but currently can't talk about actual Walmart-related things to ensure they leave properly." I'm just glad that, you know, like, if you're gonna talk about it, just wait. Why refer to it through analogy before, you know? Then Mike replies saying, "I hope that employees know that while we in here might be sharing things back and forth, in the end, we're fans of retail employees from all sorts of stores will continue to use their services and check out what each of them has going on. There will be continued support." Hylo gives some sort of heart emoji and then says, "I can't talk about this thing I've been talking about." Exactly, right? That's why it strikes me as being so funny. "Employee 1 is glad and just wants everyone to live their best life, even if employee 1 had issues with any of them, because life is too short and only happens once to spread more hate." Again, stuff like that rings kind of hollow when you take into context the where you are what you posted and where you posted it. Like, again, what is the intention of going into a newstuber's community and then spilling your guts, albeit in the form of analogy, about an interpersonal conflict with other talents that they are not going to, or would be heavily incentivized not to go into the same space to try and give their own account of? Like, let's be realistic here. I don't see any of the other talents at Mythos choosing to use their corporate account, or even potentially using their PL account, to go into this thread in False's Discord and then try to give their take on what happened. Because, again, let's be honest here. That's a bit of that's not something that I could see a lot of companies advising their talents to do or being okay with their talents doing. Farbox, thank you for the 2. It's not a story to tell. Well, that's the thing, though. She's telling the story. It's just through analogy and playing coy. Then a user called Nulltier says, I think I just saw a completely unrelated tweet from someone, smiley face. And then, yeah, basically linking in the Hades tweet from the 12th, a Hades tweet from the same day, earlier on that day, saying, late night thoughts, but if you don't like me, that is 100% okay. I know I can be impulsive, childish, immature, and straight up annoying, but I would never intentionally be malicious for the sake of being a mean person. So please, if something happens, ask me my perspective. I swear, most people's issues with me stem from just pure miscommunication and confusion. Please talk to me about it. This isn't targeting anything specific, it's just more so I notice people quietly distance themselves sometimes, and I'm just left to wonder why, and it makes me sad, especially from my end, nothing happened. And then Mike replies to that saying, man, the whole thing feels so unfortunate, man. Was saving up my ETH coins for her channel, for a Trace stream, but now what do I spend them on? It was a long ways away though, 143 bonks incoming, I guess. Oh, my falter then replies again saying, it's a very human story, full of human mistakes and misunderstandings. I wish things had gone a different way. And then Hylo says, more clarifying. Sorry for so much clarifying. I just want to be transparent where I legally can. Again, I wonder where all of this need to clarify things comes from. And maybe it has something to do with the massive paragraph that you initiated the conversation with. But to go on, she says, this is about cyber live stuff and not Mythos related. So this is her referring to the tweet that Nulltier linked from her Hades account, I would assume. Right? Or actually, hold on. Let me just make sure I don't have the messages in the wrong order here. Because the time on this one is, what? 10:21 p.m.? And this is 10:42. Okay, yeah, she is referring to that, I would assume. This is about CyberLife stuff, not Mythos related. On the reply by bye-bye, it was the tweet about working things out with someone I made as Hylo. Okay, so sorry, she's not referring to the Nulltier tweet, she's referring to a tweet made as Hylo that someone else is about to link later on in the conversation, as Falter does over here, linking those two tweets made as Hylo saying, very small thing I want to address before I come back. The person people think I have this huge grudge against, I do not actually feel that way. I actually apologized to them a long time ago and worked things out and agreed to do our own separate things. I just see people still talking about it and I want them to know I wish that person nothing but the best. Heart emoji. And then Hylo confirms that this is what she was talking about by saying, yes, that. Falter says, A. Nulltier says, yay, I was correct about something. Holy Reddit. And then Hylo says, person in question I emailed a long time ago and we both worked things out privately, but I knew it'd be brought up once I came back as Hylo, so I wanted to address it publicly that me and the person are fine. Again, if you go as your Hylo identity and you start vague posting about Mythos, and you also happen to post something earlier on your Hylo Twitter about some sort of unidentified person who you have now resolved conflicts with, people are going to assume that you're talking about the same thing in either case, because of the fact that you are adopting this, both the veil of PL and analogy, to complain about something without making it clear where the line between individual complaints are. Like, obviously people are going to look at this, and assume you're talking about the same person or the same people unless you specify otherwise. That's why, in this particular case, Hylo needs to pop back in and go more clarifying. Because again, this kind of vague posting is very free to misinterpretation. Precisely because of how vague it is. And then my Folder said, understood, and then Hylo ends the conversation by basically just posting an emoji going, yep, yep, yep. It's just bad communication. Yeah, I suppose that is what it is. So at this particular point, this anecdote, if true, basically confirms that there did seem to be, it makes it clear that it wasn't just some sort of, it wasn't just some form of interpersonal tension between the talents. It does seem to be a full-on conflict between at least one talent and a group of multiple talents, right? And this is, if true, this is a pretty bad look for Mythos and how they were handling the internal affairs amongst their talents in general. So stuff like this, again, when you post stuff like this, people aren't stupid. They can piece together what you're saying, and when they have pieced that together, it has the ability, almost certainly, will seriously affect how they perceive the other talents at the company that you were talking about, as well as the company in general, right? So, vague posting like this, while I can understand the need for validation and affirmation, right? Hence, doing this in front of a crowd of people instead of just doing it on an alt where no one's going to see it. An alt, I should say, an alt that isn't linked to your Corpo identities or known accounts where no one will see it. I understand why someone would do this, because they need that sense of catharsis, they need that sense of affirmation or validation. But to be honest, if you are genuine in saying, "Oh, I want everyone to continue supporting everyone," posting something like this is very ill-advised, especially in a space like this. But in any case, so this basically confirms that there was some form of inter-talent conflict happening amongst the Mythos roster. Now, this doesn't mean that it encompasses the entire roster or anything. This could very well be a sort of isolated incident between a few talents, like at least 4, based off of what she said, herself included. But again, that seems to have been part of the dysfunction going on at Mythos. However, based off of the way that everything has resolved, there hasn't been any sort of further word or elaboration on this, so I think it can be assumed that it's just water under the bridge at this point, and neither of the two sides involved in this interpersonal conflict really feel the need to, reply to one another past Hades' graduation. So that is a problem that, again, regardless of who the instigator was, or who was the person who, how accurate what the summary through analogy was, it does seem to be a problem that has fixed itself, so to speak. The second problem, though, that ties into a similar vein of sharing information with unclear intention, is more to do with the management side of things. So it's pretty clear at this point that Mythos' management throughout 2024, potentially 2025, right up until Trey took over, seems to have been, to put it mildly, incompetent. However, this was a claim that was made on the same day that Mythos posted that announcement that seems to suggest that there was more than just stupidity behind the incompetence displayed at Mythos. So, a VTuber by the name of Lorelei Locke would end up quote tweeting the initial Mythos announcement, the initial Mythos update, on January 4th, saying, quote, "I had in the past interviewed for a talent manager position with Mythos, and it was genuinely the most nightmarish job interview I have ever had. The previous CEO was incredibly and openly cruel. I truly wish Mythos the best under new leadership. I'm rooting for y'all." Now, this sounds pretty bad, right? Whoever the CEO was before Trey took over seems to have been a pretty bad guy. However, the question still remains, who was that guy? And a user by the name of Leodactyl would end up asking that question explicitly in the replies, saying, "I won't lie, I'm hella curious why no one will name the old CEO, but it also isn't any of my business." If you are a fan of this company, I'd say it is very much your business if one of the old CEOs of, the VTuber company who makes the content you like was abusing people, But I digress. To this, Lorelei replies, saying, "Because there was actually 2. I was informed that there was Nuxtaku and the other CEO that I had been interviewed by, who kept his name hidden." Now, this is real odd, because not only does this confirm, at least if Lorelei is telling the truth, that Nux was indeed CEO of Mythos, presumably from the day that it was founded, but also that Mythos had 2 CEOs, one of whom was interviewing Lorelei, and the one that she referred to as being cruel, and was being openly and incredibly cruel. A user by the name of Mr. Weasel then chimes in saying, Nux was the CEO. I thought he just helped them get started and made a few videos with them a while back. To which Lorelei replies, saying, I was told in my interview/meeting that he was the co-founder and CEO. All I was told, so I couldn't really say more than that, to be honest. Now, this is supported by all the things that I talked about at the beginning of the stream, how all of Mythos' content strategy, at least at the beginning of the company's existence, seemed very typical of a corporation that was being run by a content creator. But to return to this, regardless of who they are, I'm happy to see the company hopefully move forward in a better direction. So again, we have this unspecified second CEO that was, in Lorelei's words, openly and incredibly cruel. This was a person who was separate from Nux, and this was the person who was in charge of interviewing Lorelei and presumably, I would assume, other members of staff as well. The reason why that is important is because Lorelei, later on in the replies to her tweet, elaborates a little bit further on what the experience was like, saying, I won't ever talk about some of the things I experienced, because it involved the company openly mocking and doxing active and graduated talents. But that interview genuinely made me upset from how open they were to abusing their talents. Please support the talents, be kind. And to this, V, or Hermes, basically says, yeah, I'm sorry you had to experience such things. Some of it was downright heartbreaking. To which Lorelei replies saying, nothing I experienced was even a fraction of how bad y'all had it. What they told me they did, all while laughing, was downright horrific. If you or others ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. I'd love to still support my would-be talents in any way I can. And a user by the name of John Johnson replies later on saying, you don't need to dox anyone, just say what happened. Big mean man said X, was a dummy and cruel evil man said Y, was dumb. I mean, you could even go further and tell vulnerable people who these predatory individuals are. Why don't you? And then Lorelei says, to talk about other people's abuse without their consent is morally reprehensible. She literally pulled it's not my story to tell. But again, the thing that John Johnson is saying isn't, give us the information they shared with you. It's not even tell us the gruesome details of what exactly they did. It's just, okay, if they are that evil, if they are that harmful, why not identify them? And the fact that she didn't say, because I didn't have his name, in the case of the CEO, the nameless CEO, the CEO who kept his name hidden that interviewed her, that's what makes me suspicious, right? That when she says, oh, I don't want to talk about other people's abuse, like, that's not what we're asking. We're asking, can you tell us who the abuser was? Right? Like, if this person is actually going around, as you say, openly mocking and doxing active and graduated talents, I don't think just because they are no longer CEO of a company, that means that they are completely, completely safe as a person now. They'll never harm anyone ever again. Like, if that is the kind of behavior that you really are dealing with, I think that there is a public interest in letting people know who this person is. And if you can't say because you don't know, there's no reason to not say that. You can just say, okay, name was hidden, I have no idea who it was, I can't give a name because I wasn't given one. And so, this is where people started to kind of speculate, okay, so this confirms that Nux wasn't the only CEO, that there was supposedly a second CEO, potentially an interim CEO between Nux when the company was founded and Trey when he took over at the end of 2025. So the question then becomes, okay, you had a CEO that was allegedly openly doxing active and graduated talents, not even to staff, but to prospective staff. Reminder, this was information that was supposedly shared with Lorelei when she was interviewing for a staff role. She hadn't even gotten the job yet. There's no telling what, if anything, that she signed before this point, right? And this is the kind of thing that the ex-CEO was doing. I'd say that that goes beyond the point of just being something that you can brush off as just being, oh, someone being an asshole. I think that that's a pretty bad breach in security. So this makes me a little suspicious, because what's the point in sharing this anecdote then, beyond just going, this thing I had to suffer through, acknowledge it, please? Right? Because again, it's very social media coded. The medium is the message. You go onto Twitter, you post about a negative experience you had with an interviewer, but you don't go so far as to providing any sort of actionable information as to what the offenses were or what who the person is. So there's essentially nothing you can do in order to prevent this from happening next time, or nothing to do with the information of, okay, so I encountered this awful person who was doing this awful thing. Like, okay, is that, like, that's it? It's just care, sympathize with me for this thing that happened, and that's all? And again, social media is very often used for this purpose, right? You know, gaining emotional validation and affirmation. When you go through something awful, you want other people to acknowledge it and go, yep, I understand, this was really awful, this was not your fault, etc., etc., etc. But if you're talking about, you know, this level of breach of trust, this level of possible harm, I think it's a little silly to expect people not to gain an increased interest in what it is you are saying and who this potential person might be. Certainly, it would be unreasonable to expect people not to speculate at all, because, like I said, this is real potential harm. This is saying that someone is actively doxing talents is a major deal in this industry. And so, if that possibility is put on the table, a lot of people are going to find an increased interest in trying to get to the bottom of what exactly is going on. Not necessarily because they want to farm it or anything, but just because these are talents that they presumably care about, and someone is allegedly doxing them. Even if that person is no longer working at the same company, doesn't mean they've suddenly been memory wiped of the information that they were sharing so willy-nilly. And in that vein, another person who felt like chiming in on the whole Mythos thing was none other than Evanito, who on the 5th of January, I should change the date, saying one day later, would also quote tweet the official Mythos update regarding the company's future, saying this, quote, I have seen so much speculation go on about Mythos, and as someone who knows everything that has happened, fucking hell. I think as long as the talents are happy, then why does it all matter? Playing internet detective won't solve anything here. Now, I don't think I need to explain why this tweet is asinine, but if you do have someone, assuming that he is aware of some of the things that people were saying about Mythos, and specifically some of the things that the ex-CEO of Mythos was doing, why does it matter is a bit of a pertinent question. Because if there is indeed someone who is either so disconnected with VTubing norms or so malicious as to disregard them to that degree, to the extent that they go around doxing active and graduated members of a company, it is actually very much something that matters to the public and the industry as a whole to know who that person is, and to shut them out of the industry for good. Because, as we have learned in past instances, past case studies with other companies that have imploded, it is perfectly possible for somebody to, quote-unquote, reincarnate back into this industry without being a talent. Talents are not the only people capable of reincarnating in the VTubing industry. Sometimes a particularly persistent and malicious executive and or staff member is very capable of doing the same, especially if they have quite a bit of money to boot, as I would assume a CEO would. So, you know, if that is the case, I could see why a lot of people would not only speculate, but expect that some other form of clarification or information is provided in that regard. You can't say that people are stupid for wanting to get to the bottom of something when this is the offense that is being alleged. Yeah, so yeah, exactly, Zoli. The context, this in context of what Lorelai said, makes it sound like he knew about the alleged abuse and he's still saying that. However, that doesn't seem to be the case. One of the interesting things is one of the first people to reply to that tweet by Evanito was Hermes, saying, as someone who also knows everything, I agree. That chapter is closed, and I hope everything terrible that did happen is learned from, so there is a brighter future for those who remain. Speculation doesn't much help. It doesn't matter anymore. Again, this ties back to the thing that I talked about last week, when it comes to, well, 2 weeks ago, sorry, when it comes to things like how your audience feels about something. If you publicize something, your audience is going to have an emotional reaction. I would even argue that that is, at least implicitly, the point of publicizing it, to evoke some sort of reaction from an audience. The problem is, once you have publicized that something, you don't then get to wash your hands of responsibility and go, look, show's over, guys. You don't need to feel anything. I just felt like sharing it with all of you. Because if people care, and admittedly, some might, if they hear that talents are being doxed by a CEO, they're going to feel something. And at that point, when they ask for more information, when they ask for justice, that's not going to be a rational request. That's going to be an emotional one. And as a result, when you say speculation doesn't help, it doesn't matter anymore, sure, it doesn't matter to the people who've, in their own minds or, in their own hearts chosen to move past it or whatever. But to the audience that has now learned of this information, purely by virtue of someone who's chosen to do that without any of their input, yeah, of course it's going to matter. Because now they've just learned about this. You're expecting people to, switch off their emotional response just like that. It's not going to happen. And as a result, well, I do understand where Hermes might be coming from with this. Right, with the, as someone who was actually a talent, who suffered under that system, it doesn't matter anymore, speculation doesn't help, etc., etc. What she's fundamentally saying is not a message that is going to penetrate into the minds of most of the people that have just learned about this information and are now responding to it for the first time. Because how do you respond to that for the first time? And then later on, you have another user by the name of Millennia Antares saying, not knowing who the secret CEO was means they can go on to victimize others, to which Evanito responds saying, it was me. Are you happy now? This is him joking, by the way. Are you happy now, or does that not satisfy you enough? You see how this problem really solves nothing? And then Millennia responds again saying, why would I be happy that a man who, according to the talents, doxes and drives people to attempting suicide gets to run off scot-free with all the money he made? And then Evanita says, now you're just making stuff up. To which Millennia then links the response by Lorelai. And then Evanita says, I don't know who the fuck this is. Now, this whole exchange highlights, yet again, something that we've talked about in the past, which is a little bit of an ethical dilemma. What do you do when your audience forms an opinion, an emotional response to information that you have chosen to disclose about the company? And their curiosity, the curiosity of said audience, is not going to be helpful, perhaps even detrimental to the people who just want to move on. Who is right in that scenario? The people who just want to move on, or the audience that has now just learned something traumatic and wants to some way of gaining catharsis in the face of that? Right? Because on one side you have Lorelai sharing this information about, a CEO supposedly doxing active and graduated talents. CEO who's no longer at the company, but we don't know who he is. Right? No guarantee that they're not going to still be at in the industry or whatever. No guarantee that they can't pop up at any point in the future. Just, oh, this awful person did this thing, but nothing actionable thereafter. Versus Evanito, who's outright saying, don't dig into this, don't speculate, etc., etc., etc. How do you resolve this situation ethically? Well, if you ask me, if the intention isn't to give your audience something actionable to do about it, why share that information publicly in the first place? What do you gain by doing so? Besides just people saying on Twitter, oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you. You tell someone, oh, these talents at this agency that you presumably care about because you're going to be looking at the quote tweets to this post from the agency itself. Yeah, they were being doxxed by one of the old CEOs. I'm not going to talk about it further because that's not my story to tell. But just know that that happened and that I experienced some of, I heard them boasting about it or whatever. What is the audience supposed to do with that information? Why did you give them that information? Because I'll tell you what, it's not for their benefit. And if you expect them not to have an emotional response to that, you're kidding yourself. Same thing goes for Evanito's response. Oh, stop digging. Why speculate? Again, it's not necessarily a rational response, but it is an emotional one. And it's one that you're going to be hard-pressed to ignore. It's one that you have to be stupid not to predict. Especially when you claim to have operated in this space for as long as you have. Anyone and their dog and mother who's at any degree of media training will be able to tell you, media training or experience, by the way, the layman, the lay media person could tell you this, that if you share information with your audience, chances are they are going to have some sort of response to it. And the closer they are to the subject matter, the more emotive what you've just told them is, the more it is some sort of possible crime, some sort of transgression, some sort of possible harm, the more strongly they are going to feel about it. And an audience that feels something in response to information that they've just been exposed to is going to seek some outlet for it. They are going to try to gain some sense of catharsis. There is a wrong that has just been done, at least in their minds. To Lorelei, this potentially could be an experience that is months old, but to the audience reading her tweets, this happened yesterday. And so, when she says, this CEO is incredibly and openly cruel, that they openly mock and dox active and graduated talents, what is an audience supposed to think besides this great injustice has been done, presumably to a bunch of talents that they care about without specifying who, so they're free to guess in their own minds, right? They're free to think the worst. And now that this wrong has been committed, they've now become aware of it, what is going to be done about it? They are going to want a sense of justice. They are going to want some sense of balance being restored. And in social media, on the platform of social media, the way that you deal justice, the way that you take someone's head for doing something wrong, is you shame them. The thing is, Lorelei either won't or can't shame them. And Evanito is getting on people's ass for even feeling something in the first place. So, between the two of these, I think these posts both highlight perfectly the ethical dilemma that comes along with just choosing to info dump information that was better kept private regardless, especially if there's nothing that can be done about it. But if you expect your audience to just sit meekly there and learn this information, just don't share it, right? Especially, if you have an NDA that stops you from being able to name the person but doesn't stop you from being able to talk about the thing that happened, like, again, why share it beyond just trying to gain some form of emotional validation for yourself? And I mean, that is a perfectly understandable reason to share this kind of information, but it's not a healthy one. And it's certainly not one that I would recommend if you actually care about what your audience is thinking, feeling, or absorbing. Because, again, you can't expect your audience to be a bunch of robots. If you tell them something, if you tell them that something bad has happened to someone they care about, they are going to chimp out. Because what else? To do so is human. And that is ironically, that is the thing that most people forget on the internet. You hear about this so often on social media. Oh, don't forget that there's a human behind the screen. Don't forget that it's still people who are reading what you say online. But when they say that, they almost always mean some sort of cliche, oh, just don't insult other people. They never apply the same principle to just sharing information that people might not want to know if they can't do anything about it. When in fact, it's the exact same thing. Yes, the people reading your social media, your posts, your tweets, they are people too. Which means if you tell them about something bad that is happening, especially to someone they might care about, they are going to feel the need to do something about it. And if they have no outlet for that, they are going to feel awful. Remember, they are human too. Where did that principle go? And that's one of my pet peeves when it comes to the way that people use social media, the way that people preach about the need to see everyone else as human on social media. Nobody does. And you can see that in how readily people info dump about information that is designed to make you feel bad even if that wasn't the original intention of the poster, but give you no outlet for that feeling. When you share a struggle or a bad thing that happened, and you don't give your audience an outlet for the negative feelings they gain thereafter, you are using them as an emotional receptacle to throw up your own negativity into. And you're amplifying that by a scale of thousands or millions. I do not think that it is an ethical thing to do to go onto social media, post about something awful that is allegedly happening, and then not give any sort of actionable, either any sort of justification for sharing it in the first place, or any sort of actionable thing that the audience can do about it. The second and the first are arguably the same. Giving your audience something actionable to do justifies you telling people. Although not every instance of you trying to justify telling people is going to mean that they have something actionable they can do. But again, this is an ethical dilemma that happens time and time again in this industry. Because people will learn or know that something bad is happening, they won't do anything about it because they can't, and then when everything's over, they share the news with their audience, not being aware that even though they personally have moved along from that thing that happened, the audience will hear it and interpret it as if it is a fresh wound. People don't think about viewers or just average everyday VTuber fans in this industry. I know that sounds retarded to hear, but it's true. Everyone thinks about CEOs, everyone thinks about companies, everyone thinks about talents. Nobody thinks about the average VTuber fan that might be taking all of this in. Or at least if they do, they only think about it insofar as profit margins go. Very few people I've seen actually talk about or acknowledge that this is an underlying dynamic and an underlying problem that exists in this industry. And again, Mythos is the perfect example or case study to exemplify that. Now, obviously, when I'm seeing someone going, "Oh, okay, yeah, don't speculate about this thing, yeah, this deeply dysfunctional, by all accounts, company and the people who ran it, don't speculate about all of this. Why are people speculating about it? Why does it matter?" The thing that got me the most about Evanito's tweet was him asking, "Why does it all matter?" Because people care about these talents. Because people care about these companies. Are you stupid? That's the answer to that question is self-evident. Why does it all matter? Because this is why people tune in. This is why people bother to watch at all. This is why people know what a VTuber is. Because they care. So no shit it's going to matter. So no shit people are going to speculate, because speculation is an emotional outlet. And when people are shocked with uncertainty, with anger, with a feeling that a great injustice has been committed, they are going to seek an emotional outlet and use whatever is available to them. This is basic, this is basic audience response 101. For a successful businessman, he's even dumber than some of the CEOs of the Corpo. Birds of a feather. What if you deliver your story as a VTuber parable? Again, if you're trying to make it entertaining, sure. But I don't think that Lorelei's post was intended to be entertaining. However, again, when I saw this, I quote tweeted it by saying, "Buddy, what are you doing? They didn't even invite you to any parties with champagne and gold bars this time. What position did you occupy in relation to the company that granted you the ability to know everything that has happened? If you knew everything that has happened, then how come you had no idea that talents were supposedly being doxed to potential employees in job interviews? If you didn't, why the idle boast?" Basically, the fuck do you mean you knew everything and why does it matter? By the way, guys, if you remember, back when Mythos made their promotional video that they posted onto their channel on December 13th, 2023, of all those different content creators reacting to the Mythos trailer, you want to know who one of those content creators was? Evanito. And when he appeared in this video, when he acted all surprised, "Oh, I've never seen this before. What is this? They got Moist Critical to voice in this trailer? Who could these guys be?" Remember, not once during the entirety of the video unless they cut it from his recording that he gave it to them. Not once did he disclose that he had any sort of backstage relationship with the company or the people running it. He pretended to be just another surprised normie, reacting to this company's trailer for the very first time. I would say that if you're going to promote something and you have some sort of relationship with it in terms of how it's made, you should probably disclose that before you try promoting it. That would probably be the ethical thing to do in that scenario. However, speaking of ethics, in terms of ethical blunders, one of the things that Evanita did, hopefully this is the last time he tries doing it, was he went into our Discord DM. So this is basically something that I ended up posting on Twitter afterwards as well. But he went into our Discord DMs to try and elaborate on what he meant with his original post. And he says, DM disclosed that he was paid, I think? Oh, okay, I see. Surely you would have to include or disclose that was paid promotion then, right? Surely. That's, that's a little... Surely you need to disclose that if you're Mythos and posting the trailer, wouldn't you? These suffers, Evanita defending the... Let's not blow this out of proportion. I still want to... I know it's a bit of an idle hope at this... I know it's a bit of a futile hope at this point, but I do hope... I want the Epstein files to actually have and retain their due gravitas, so... I understand the joke, I don't want to encourage it on my little corner of the internet. But yeah, no, he does have an unfortunate habit of trying to crop up after a disaster and then trying to claim he knew everything that was going on. In any case, sigh. We meet again. I'm gonna keep this simple. I don't know where the rumor of doxing started, but it literally didn't happen. And unless I am being absolutely lied to by multiple people right now, and this is some big colossal cover-up, Twitter just made it the fuck up. Now, on the off chance I am being lied to, then shit, I guess I'm wrong. But I genuinely think the most ironic part in all of this is that no one was doxed. No one was doxed, but the situation has the former CEO currently fearful he and his wife will be doxed by angry fans. Again, I wonder why those fans are angry. What a world we live in. The problems with Mythos weren't doxing, it was a financial disaster. That's the gist of it. If you want a story, there you go. Now, I'm not going to lie, based off what some of the ex-talents have been saying about the company, it doesn't sound like it was just financial, but go off, King. And to answer you more directly, this is him explaining what his association with the company is and why he would be in a position to quote-unquote know everything. I've been friends with the owners for about 10 years, and literally handpicked some of the talents myself. What position did you occupy in relation to the company that grants you the ability to know everything that's happened? Hope that helps. Again, if you're that close with the way that the company's being run, that you handpick some of the talents, because remember that before August 17th of 2025, Mythos didn't have an auditions process. All of their first 12 talents were handpicked by somebody. If you're that close in relation to the company, why not disclose that affiliation before or during your promotion of it? That's just textbook shady. And then he goes on to say, I assume you do your thing where you stream it and share it publicly anyways. I chose to DM you and skip a step. Fucking hell. And then I respond with, I made a point that I don't present conclusions to my audience. That's why I'm showing this off to you guys. That's why I showed the DMs in my tweet when I was following up on this. And then Evan says, I linked to him the Lorelei tweet, and he says, I have no clue who the fuck this is, Lamau. You can share it, and then he basically gives me permission to share the screenshots to show what he ended up saying in DMs, which is, again, nothing that he couldn't have said publicly as well. So based off of this, someone is lying here. Someone is, being a massive idiot here. Either Evanito or Lorelei. Because if he says, oh, you know, he's in a position to know everything that's happened and this has never happened, you know, Twitter just made it the fuck up. And Lorelei says this happened, but she's not able to provide any sort of concrete proof that it happened. Right? Kind of at an impasse where the biggest losers at the end of the day is everyone who bothered to both read what they said and feel something. Because I tell you solemnly, if you read either of these tweets and you felt anger, frustration, sadness, hurt on behalf of the talents, or a deep feeling of resentment and injustice, I'm sorry, but you are the fool, or you have been made the fool in this circumstance. There was no catharsis made available to you. That was never the intention behind either of these posts. It's just, you know, it was just people venting. So, on you for reading it, I guess. Joke's on you. But yeah, there's no way of telling which of these two is in a better position to comment on some of the things that happened within Mythos. At least not based off of what they have both been willing to share thus far. And since Hermes commented under both of their tweets with an equal degree of affirmation, that's not exactly a deciding factor either. So, when it comes to this, again, the only thing that you could possibly conclude is that Evanito did not disclose his behind-the-scenes affiliation with the company and went about promoting it just as if he was some other random normie. Whereas in actuality, this is something he had a hand in, quite literally, seeing as he hand-picked the talents. And he went about promoting it as if he was a total stranger. I don't see why anyone would take anything he says about any sort of corpo or whatever in this scene seriously. I didn't think that anyone would take it seriously after VShojo, but I certainly don't see any reason why anyone would after Mythos. The guy is bought and sold way too easily, and sometimes he ends up doing sweeping without even seeming to be aware of it. Now, the other thing, the reason why I am going in on this whole Evanito had an affiliation with Mythos but didn't disclose it until much, much later, and even then only as a claim to authority to say that people were being unreasonable in speculating about the company. On February 22nd, right, just a few days ago at this point, about a week ago or so, Evanito would end up making a thread talking about his experience advising VTubers on how to grow their YouTube. Zuli, I'm willing to bet that Evanito, while claiming to know everything, didn't know about the other CEO. I mean, if he's saying the CEO and his wife, could he be talking about Nux? I don't think so, because he surely would have just said Nux, right? So I assumed he was referring to the other CEO. Because he was only referring to Nux, and at least Hermes has some relationship with him as well, so I don't think he would trust her with, treat her with harm. Yeah. So I don't think that the CEO... So Lorelei was pretty explicit, right? She said that the CEO that was interviewing her was not Nux, and the CEO that was interviewing her was the one that was being cruel to the talents. So again, the question circles... It keeps circling back to who was the mystery interim CEO between Nux and Trey? Because that is the alleged problem. That's the thing that, you know, is reprehensible if true. But in any case, on February 22nd, Evanito will make the following post. 90% of VTubers are running their YouTube channels incorrectly, and it literally hurts to watch. How do I know this? I've been a YouTuber myself for 10 years, and my friend, Mari VTuber, by which he means Mari Yume, for those who don't know, has literally followed all of my advice and hit 400,000 subscribers yesterday. It's almost as if I literally know what I'm talking about, but some people refuse to listen. I used to give out tips for free, people didn't listen, so I stopped giving out free advice. Sorry. I did start getting paid to manage channels to varying degrees. The people that did listen and were motivated saw more success than those that didn't and weren't. I'm not a miracle worker, but I can point out a problem and help you from there. Also, it pissed me off that the last time a VTuber came to me for advice, I gave them my genuine advice and they specifically told me, that sounds like too much work, and chose to follow their own path that led them to continue down a path of zero growth. So I'm sorry if I'm hesitant to help. I was simply airing out my frustration in seeing the problems from a distance. And he posts the free run hair tie towel hair image. And then he finishes by saying, that being said, the homies can always DM me. I be answering any questions all day, every day. They abuse the system. Now, a lot of people, when they saw him basically extolling his expertise, took issue with that, and they started going to town on him in the replies and the quote tweets. And presumably in response to this, the next day, he would end up making a follow-up tweet saying, I can say anything on this website, and the people that pick fights with me mostly happen to be VTubers, Lamau. What did I do to you guys, bro? I'm literally just out here living my life being drama and problem-free. Why do you want me to be a villain so bad? Sweating emoji. I don't think I need to actually articulate anything in response to this, mostly because I've done so already. But in response to him basically saying, oh, why are the people who pick fights with me VTubers? What have I done? I'm just drama and problem free, etc, etc, etc. He had a bunch of VTubers in the quotes and the replies to his post basically calling bullshit and basically saying that, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why people would dislike you. And in response to those criticisms, 2 days later, on February 25th, Evanito would release this statement saying, quote, I honestly don't mind what people say about me, but one thing I want to set the record on to be clear. Because some of you need a refresher. YouTubers I've actually worked with officially. Seadog, VA, Rustage, Pain, Domination, Patastic P, Fifi, Mari Yume. I've been hearing some speculation about some stuff, but like, there's your official list, Lamau. I don't know what to tell you, but that's the rap sheet. I did consulting with a VTuber agency for their YouTube channels, but it's not the one you keep assuming, and I did sign an NDA. Crying emoji. And it's that last line that grabbed my attention. I did consulting with a VTuber agency for their YouTube channels, but it's not the one you keep assuming, and I did sign an NDA. Okay. What VTuber agencies could he be talking about? Off the top of my head, I can think of 3 that he has promoted over the past 2 years. Nexus, VShoujo, and Mythos. Nexus is dead, and they weren't on YouTube. VShoujo is dead, though they were on YouTube. The only one left is Mythos. Now, the thing about Mythos, and the reason why based off of this, and I want to make it clear, this is my personal speculation. The reason why I think when he says, I did consulting for a VTuber agency for their YouTube channels, but it's not the one you keep assuming, and I did sign an NDA. It's not the one you keep assuming is a worthless line, because that could mean anything based off what people are saying. And I did sign an NDA. Mythos is the only agency that I could see being incompetent enough to make him sign an NDA, but not in the NDA tell him that he can't talk about his backstage affiliations with Mythos, or even disclose the fact that he had an NDA to begin with. Mythos 2024 to 2025? I could easily see the company being that incompetent, especially because of the fact that presumably they made either Hilo or V sign some sort of NDA, and I mean both of them have managed to disclose as much information as they have already, so I don't think that NDA was very airtight if those NDAs did indeed exist. But on the off chance that you need a little bit more circumstantial evidence to maybe corroborate or support the theory that he might be talking about Mythos here, let's go to Mari Yume's channel, shall we? Because, again, she is such a case study that Evanito is very proud of the success that his advice is able to garner. So, let's take a look at Mari's channel. Let's take a look at her YouTube. What has she been uploading? What has driven that growth to now over 400k subs? 406k subs since the 22nd of February. So that's what? 6,000 subs in less than a week, which is pretty good, right? Not arguing with that. What is this game-breaking meta strategy that has allowed her to gain this many subs so quick? I wonder. Just a little bit of scroll down the YouTube page. Don't know. Can't quite put my finger on what the common theme between all of these uploads are.
Yeah. It's all React slop. It's literally just all React slop. If that was the game-breaking advice, yeah, I could see him consulting Mythos regarding their YouTube, giving them advice as to how to pop off on YouTube. The same kind of advice that, like I said at the beginning of stream, would come from a content creator who has an understanding of marketing, but not an understanding of branding, and especially not of collectivist branding. So, yeah, in terms of actual affiliation, obviously he hasn't made it clear or explicit which VTuber agency he's talking about. But my personal bet is on Mythos. I could very well be wrong. But there are little bits of circumstantial evidence here and there that, you know, have compelled me to believe that that is the case. Oh, Sawa, welcome to the stream. You joined at the funniest portion of it. So in any case, at the end of this entire shit show, it does seem like Mythos is going to get a second chance, that it is going to get the chance to move forward. So happy ending for everyone, potentially happy ending for everyone who's still at the company. The people who've left Mythos, they seem to have gotten back on their feet and they seem to be doing their own thing. And, well, I suppose the final takeaway from all of this is still that Mythos was indeed the Hawk Tua of VTuber agencies, but that one of their shills was actually affiliated with the company behind the scenes, even though he never bothered to disclose it until it basically became an entirely new company. So, what have we learned from all of this? If you disclose information to the public that may be emotionally charged or that may provoke an emotional reaction, expect them to have that emotional reaction. Don't expect them to refrain from pursuing an outlet for it. Don't expect them not to talk about it, not to speculate about it, not to demand justice for a wrong that has been committed in their eyes as if it was done yesterday. But understand that the people you're communicating with are human too. And conversely, if you are a viewer, understand that not everyone is going to be very forthcoming with you. Not everyone's going to be very open with you. In fact, few, if any, are suicidal enough to be perfectly open with you, especially from the Corpo scene. However, just because someone isn't explicit with what they are doing doesn't mean you can't spot it using your own two eyes and your own capacity for rational deduction. And when it comes to unraveling black box systems, well, if you're worried that an agency that you care about is showing signs of failure or signs of some sort of internal failing, if you want to assuage your doubts, if you want to look out for possibly bracing yourself for some sort of disaster or collapse or major change, you don't have to resign yourself to just being told by someone else as part of their emotional, their venting or their Twitter venting or their pursuit of personal validation and affirmation. You don't have to resign yourself to just waiting until someone chooses to use you as an emotional receptacle to fill you in. If you are interested in trying to look into things on your own, don't let people tell you, oh, you don't have a right to know. Because if you're going to invest your emotional energy in caring about something in the first place, your time in watching something, your money in sending donos, or getting subs, or memberships, or whatever, you have a right to know how your entertainment is made. If everything's going smoothly and you're not interested, fair enough. But if your entertainment is at risk, and people are telling you, oh, why do you care? What does it matter? They are being disingenuous, or they are not like you in that they simply don't share your capacity to care. You gotta look after yourself if you're a VTuber fan or a VTuber viewer. Because, fuck, precedent has proven that very few people out there are going to do so on your behalf. But yeah, you don't have to wait to be spoon-fed. Do your reps. And that may be the difference maker in you being shocked that something awful happened and you being able to take it on the chin.
Michael Laura, thank you for the 2. I did not quite call for donors, but I appreciate it regardless. And yeah, that's about it for the whole Mythos thing. I think that's a nice little bow around the entire thing. I don't think Evanito should be taken seriously in this industry for much of anything ever again. I don't see why people do, to be perfectly honest. And I think that Mythos is a perfect example of, one, the power of logical deduction when it comes to trying to understand what a company is doing, even if it isn't transparent at all. And two, way too many people only conceptually understand what everyone on the internet is a human being means, right? Or remember that the person behind the screen is still a person, right? Everyone says that. They express a conceptual understanding of that, but they struggle to apply it if there is any sort of emotional validation to be gained. In any case, let me look through the supers, see which ones I missed. Billy, thank you for the 3. Why would Mari Ian do this? I don't think she's ever done something similar to anything like this. Funless, thank you for the 5. I used to watch Mari, but don't really anymore since about a year ago. I felt her content change, and now I know why. Yeah. Oh, you don't have Twitter? That makes sense. Foodbox, thank you for the 2. Hydrate, I will remember, don't worry. Recurse, thank you for the 2. Nothing to see here, move along. Yeah, pretty much. Box, thank you for the 2. It's not her story. Yeah, she literally said that. She basically said that. You know, rephrased, of course, but it's basically the gist of what she said. Not my story to tell. Okay, just thank you for the gift and memberships. Michael Oro. Oh wait, I already read that out. Gabriel Barbario, thank you for being a Footstool for 17 months. Asmongold is peak derivative content of news. Yeah, pretty much. He doesn't have to worry about... So, okay, when I say that derivative content is bad for building branding, there is one stipulation to that, which is that if you already have a brand that is strong enough from you doing other stuff, that you don't need to worry about building it anymore. Derivative content is very much a win more type of strategy, where if you already have a strong brand, you have a strong image, you have a lot of original content that you've already made in the past that people know you for, when you do React content, people will show up, not even because of the thing you're reacting to, but just because it's you doing the reacting. That's why I say that React content is win more type of content. If you are, however, someone who is completely unestablished, doesn't have any sort of original content under your belt, has no distinguished brand image of your own, I do not recommend React content as a brand building exercise. It might help you with marketing, but it won't help you with branding. Very important distinction to make between the two. Let me go back to reading the supers. I think I read through all of them at this point. Oh, actually, sorry, I missed a few. Cotton, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Hope you enjoy those emotes and welcome to the club. Nico Daisy, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Rock Roll Tyrannosaur, nice username. Thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. Darn it. Now we just need dang it for the complete set. Thank you for becoming a Footstool, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Nixtastic, thank you for becoming a Footstool, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Feel free to spam those emotes to your heart's desire. But yeah, I think I should be completely caught up at this point. As someone say, yeah, then tweet about and then react to Trump or some shit. Yeah, pretty much. Have you already had enough React examples? I'm going by... Oh, actually, I'm going to be selecting the examples that I rate with you guys. Because I don't want to pick them out myself since, you know, internal biases and all. So I want to pick them at random, and I want to do that on stream to, you know, basically show how the process is being done, provide proof that, you know, I'm not just cherry picking the examples that I like the most or the least. So yeah, on the stream that I have scheduled for, I think Monday, is it? My time? Monday, my time? Evening, my time, I believe. Yeah, I have a stream scheduled where I'm basically going to be explaining the ranking criteria, the rating system. We're going to actually test it out to make sure it doesn't need any more tweaks, to see if it actually works in a way that is consistent with the spirit of the rating system, the rating list, the stream. And then we're going to be picking at random the examples from each of the React tubers that I either get you guys recommended to me or that I have down already to rate according to the system come the actual day of the tier list. So yeah, Man, please add it. We're going to try to make it as objective as possible, which means that my personal opinion isn't going to really apply. I'm going to minimize the degree to which my personal opinion and biases apply. Again, I'm going to be showing you guys the process to validate how that is the case. But in any case, where do we send in nominations? Just well, actually, I'll be taking them in chat when I go live with the Monday prep stream, where I basically explain how the tier list system works. But in the meantime, you can feel free to... Actually, I'll make a post on Twitter, and then you can just, in the replies, just let me know. So, yeah, I'll do that after stream is over. But in any case, I might end stream here, because I need to go grab some food. And, hold on. Let me switch screens to the head horde screen while I find somebody to raid. Hold on. Well, let's see who's live at this hour. Does anyone have an indie that they would like to recommend who is live at the moment, who would benefit from a raid? Any recommendations? Any recommendations? Hold on, let me just check to make sure my tab isn't frozen. Genuinely excited for the Slopper stream. Me too, me too. Pio is live. Okay, sure. Let me see if Pio is still streaming. Oh, she is. Okay, I'll send you guys over to Pio. As per usual, behave. I want you to integrate seamlessly into her chat. I'm sure you'll have a lot of fun. Pio streams are nice. So yeah. So it should be a nice, nice wholesome detox from what we were talking about earlier on during stream. But yeah, just short of sauna time, but I think that's fine considering the fact that this is technically a part 2 to a previous stream. I will be posting on Twitter to ask for your recommendations for React tubers to add to the tier list. The criteria, by the way, are that they have to be posting React content to YouTube, right? They have to be posting React content to YouTube in the form of videos that they upload on their own. I don't care what people react to on stream because they're doing it on stream. And, you know, stream VODs can be copyrighted if the original owner of the video so too desires. I understand you're streaming for hours, you need some way to fill in the time. Yeah, whatever. I can look past that. But if a creator chooses to repackage the original video into another video that they are reacting to, you know, a reaction video that they upload on their own channel, that's what I'm going to be bothered to assess. So that's a little brief stipulation there. I'll add it into the Twitter post when that goes live as well. So feel free to comment underneath with your nominations, recommendations, who are your favorite React tubers, who are the ones that you just want to see me examine or assess. And yeah. Besides that, I don't think... Oh, actually, there is a chance... So I may end up pushing back the actual tier list stream. So the stream where I basically go through the criteria and try testing those out and, you know, getting a nominations and stuff. That's still going ahead on Monday. But there is a chance that I may end up pushing back the actual tier list stream itself. And I may be replacing it with my very first ever hand cam. But we'll see. Because as you guys who have been keeping up with my Twitter may have noticed, Oshipush has been shipping out set 2 promo boxes. And I have had one of those shipped out to me. So, very first hand cam may be on its way, depending on when I actually end up getting the box over here. I'll keep you guys posted regarding that. Keep your eye on my community tab and the Twitters if you are on there. And yeah, besides that, after the tier list stream is done, like I said before, I will probably do, you know, a formal announcement or something, but I will likely be taking a step back from streaming for a little bit to concentrate on actually pushing out those pre-recorded videos, shorter form videos, Lamau. And that will probably take a bit of time where I'm not great at multitasking. And you guys, well, those of you who are OGs will remember what it was like between my first video and my second one that I have posted on the channel. How I basically went radio silent for a little bit while I was working on them. So there is potentially going to be a bit of that this time as well. And for the members, the members only text narration will be uploaded early next week after I've managed to re-record the sections that need recording. So, yeah, thank you again for tuning into this stream. Thank you for tuning into a part 2 at that. And I hope to see you guys in the next stream on Monday, where you guys join me for that tier list criteria testing stream. But, yeah, hope you guys have a nice rest of your day. Hope you guys have fun in Pier's stream. Enjoy yourselves, behave yourselves, and I will see you next time. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.